Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all well today. We're going to be working on our entity system today. Let me just share our live stream with everyone in the Discord. Just bear with me just a moment. Yes, so we did a little bit of this yesterday. Nope, I'm in the wrong server. How disorganized, how unprofessional. Okay. Yes. So we did a little bit of this yesterday, and we were able to come up with some solution to some of the problems that we have. So I need to basically rework everything. It's kind of grown organically, and I think my inexperience has led me to, when it comes to writing an entity system myself, has led me to make mistakes in the past, which I'm having to pay for now. So entity system stuff. Part 1. So I think the goal of today is to basically finish off what we were doing and see how far we can get with our code. So what we did yesterday, if I just get up the chat, we loaded the demo scene. If I just load this up, just make sure this music is going to randomize. Yes. And we have the demo scene, which you've probably seen before if you've been watching for a long time. And let me just bring up the chat at the same time. Don't want to have a repeat of yesterday. Hey, Jackie. How you doing, dude? Thank you for joining us. Yes, the chat was down yesterday because for about an hour and a half we lost the chat, but I figured out why that happened, and hopefully that won't happen again. Anyway, so we are deleting entities now by tombstoning, which is a phrase I never knew existed, in a buffer, right? So what we're doing here is we're setting up a buffer, and instead of like trying to actually remove the like duck from the scene that we're trying to delete, what we're doing is actually just changing the position to max float, max float, max float. So this is the, what is it called, the translation part of a, what's up, Spider Loophole, how you doing, dude? Good to see you. So we're moving this basically to the absolute maximum point that can exist in 32-bit floating point. So when I press 0, one of these ducks should disappear. I don't know which one it is. I keep forgetting. So I press 0. Okay, it's this one, right? So this duck hasn't actually been removed from this test scene. It's just so far away that we can't see it because it's just teleported to basically the end of space that we can even operate in. We can't actually get to where this duck is gone. I mean, in theory we could, but you know, going +1 further than these values means that we would end up somewhere else completely, because it would wrap around to negative, whatever the negative smallest float value is. So it's not practical to get there. You would, at this speed anyway, I think it would take you probably days, maybe even longer, to get to where that position is. Of just like traveling boringly in a straight line where nothing exists. And even then I could just set up an invisible wall and stop you going that way anyway. So I think this is like a good solution because we can end up reusing the position of where this was with something else eventually, right? So the shader itself doesn't care what these values are. It just reads them in and just goes, okay, position 12, 11, I guess, is there. So we're going to keep expanding on this today. We're going to try and just delete arbitrary stuff. The idea eventually is, at the very least, what I want to be able to do is when you crash into a rock, for example, the rock disappears. Now, obviously, that's kind of weird, but I at least need like a way to test things being removed from the scene. So when you crash into something, what I'm thinking of anyway is that your health goes down, or something similar to that, or you shoot it and it disappears as well. Obviously, in normal games there would be like a little animation that plays, but I think at the very least I need to be able to remove the thing from the scene, so you know, interaction with the environment is possible. your game is like the game where you blow up planets. There's a game like this. I forgot its name. Oh, really? I don't know yet. I don't. I don't really have like a strong game design sense, honestly. I just kind of like I've just got like some vibes that I'm gonna try and do. So yeah, I am going to fix that. So that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be messing around with this test scene. I have, for the people who are interested, what the actual game looks like. So I have that on reserve here. So yes, this is what it. Oh, except it crashes when you crash into stuff. I didn't realize that yesterday, but anyway. So at least I'll be able to show people kind of what the vibe is. Anyway, well, more what it's supposed to look like at least, because people do ask a lot. Right. So the first thing I need to fix is if I do something other than 11, like this doesn't always work. Let's see. Yeah, so it probably is similar to that game, by the way, Spider-Man Loop. My game design sense isn't like super. How do I put this? I'm an iterator rather than an innovator when it comes to my creativity, if that makes sense. So instead of me coming up with a whole unique idea, I'm not that creative. So the way I create things, I guess, is to iterate on something, basically finding something that I like or want to do, and it's basically just something slightly different than what you're familiar with. So yeah, let's see if okay. So 0. I can't get rid of a rock. That's the one thing I'd struggle with, I think. So I believe 21 should be a rock. One time I came to your stream like 3 or 4 days ago. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, thank you for coming by and dropping by and checking me out again. See. So when I press 0, and on 21... Oh, okay, so that gets deleted. Interesting. Maybe... How many entities do we have? So let me just go over the test scene. I've also left the butter out the fridge. Can I just put that back? My mic seems to be all crunchy. Yeah. Let me just whack this. Oh, got disconnected. Okay. Does that sound better, guys? I feel like my audio is a bit all scuffed at the moment. Let's see. How is... Yeah, this mic isn't the best. Or it's like been abused. The only thing I've got to do, so I'm just gonna whack. I'm gonna mute my mic so you don't hear whacking noises. I apologize. Oh no, it's good. Okay, it's just me. Okay. I hear myself, you see, and it's kind of like crunchy. As long as you guys hear me and it's like not all horrible. But yes, I'm just gonna put the butter back in the fridge, which is it's not a good day to leave it out. So I'll be right back, literally immediately. I'm right next to the fridge, so. Okay, done. That took no time at all. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Let's yeah. Let me know if the mic is being weird at any point in time. I can always fix it. Usually whacking it helps because some of the connections I don't think are solid. So anyway, let's continue what we're doing. So what I want to do is work out which one we are deleting, because yesterday I didn't quite have enough time to do that. I'm also just going to start my timer. So 21 deleted this duck, like not that far. So let's go to 41. I don't think we got that many entities, but I'm kind of curious what that looks like. We might just get a read access violation here, which would be fine because that'll give me some information. 41 deleted that. Interesting. So what is the size of this thing? Bro, you're underrated. I don't get why you don't get enough recognition. Oh, appreciate that, dude. I don't know. Well, it's a really nice compliment. It's yeah. I'm kind of outcome independent, if that makes sense. So I don't really think about where I should be, what my recognition should be, that type of stuff. Like what I want to do is just be the best programmer possible, or best programmer I can be, while also being entertaining and provide value to you guys. Which involves making these streams, videos, and eventually a video game for you to play. Like that's my goal. And if I don't get recognition or popular or even financially compensated for it, I don't mind, because it's important that I focus on what I can control, which that's my whole like kind of thing, right? So I don't worry about those type of things. But again, thank you for the lovely compliment. It's very very much appreciated. Yeah. I should there are things I maybe could do better, like get noticed somehow more and stuff like that. So what I'm going to check is the size, just to make sure. So there's probably things I could do to help myself. Maybe make a YouTube short every now and again. I've heard that's a good way to get noticed. Some marketing techniques that I might be able to do. But yeah, my main priority is one, becoming the best programmer possible, and then two, providing value to you guys in whatever way that may be, whether that's advice or entertaining streams or videos, or eventually a video game, hopefully you guys enjoy. So yeah. Oh, of course. Okay, 4,444. No wonder we weren't getting anywhere. Right. Yes, that would make sense. Okay, so I have made a mistake a little bit with this buffer. Where are we? We need to go to our scene code. And I think we only have 40 things in the scene. I think that was my mistake yesterday. We'll see if this just completely crashes or something. Yeah. Hi, the Funk channel. E. How you doing, dude? By the way, happy Sid Day, Child Independence Day. Oh, okay. Is that a real thing? Child Independence Day? We need to recant that. We need to get the children back in the mines. No, is that a serious thing? Oh, cause see, okay. Cause your exams are finished. Right. So, right. Okay. So we got okay. That makes sense. That's what I wanted to see at the very least. Bro. Why? Hello, Marco Martin. Good to see you again. That is just me reserving memory. That's just for debug purposes. I've reserved a gig of memory and given a bunch of memory out to the physics engine and the stack that I'm using temporarily. So there will be way less when you get the game. There'll be way less RAM usage. Bro, why don't my crazy gunner game, even if you're not creative, make a game where you make pizzas and kill other pizzas and eat them? Yeah, something like that, I do want it kind of goofy. It's not going to be like a super serious game. So, okay, so it's, again, I see, 39, of course. My bad. I should be concentrating a little bit more. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to make it's going to be like an arcade game 100% like that. And also, Visual Studio is adding 300 megabytes of RAM to this as well. Cool. We aren't crashing as well, just so people are aware, like, what's going on. So that deleted. What did that delete? Why is it deleting that one? Okay, so this is the mystery here. It's removing the same thing over and over again. So that's what we're going to investigate today. Hello, Boss Red Gamer. So this is what us people do. What is heap profiling? yeah, heap profiling, I guess you could say that... Oh, is that what that is? Oh, that is just telling me what the heap management is. What this is here for mostly is honestly just to make sure I'm not having a memory leak where the thing just goes up and up and up and up and up to the left like that. Where I'm allocating some memory, not freeing it. I could honestly make it a lot less, just so I can demonstrate what I can prove that I can make this. I can reserve less memory effectively. It's if I go to, I'll show you guys because I do get this question quite often. So this is like 1 gig. If I reserve literally half that with 500 meg, and I do this again. So I have a memory pool here. Look, see, 1.1 gig. It's going to be very easy to reduce the amount of RAM usage. You know, just straight off rip. We've lost a lot of memory there. Okay, so but for now we're just going to keep it up pretty large, and we're not going to worry about it. We're only going to worry about memory when it more near releases, when we need to slim this thing down. Bro, how did you start learning C++ programming? Oh. Yeah, I kind of haphazardly learned stuff from the New Boston. I don't recommend doing that, to be honest. I recommend learning C++ from learncpp.com. The New Boston was the premier YouTuber at the time for teaching people how to program. That was like a long time ago. I originally learned Java. Found out I couldn't get the application to work without the Java runtime environment running in the background, and switched to C++ because I could click on the application on Windows without any issue. So, okay. Yeah, why is this being weird? I don't quite understand. So I could literally change this to like so let's just try this, right? So that should maybe delete the next guy. Who could hear the fan in the background? Oh, you can hear the fan, yes. Unfortunately, it is very hot, so we're going to have to hear the fan in the background. Ooh, press the wrong key. What did that do? Interesting, so it's always the same thing that gets removed. Why? I don't understand this. Yes, it's very hot in Europe in general. And the UK is going through a heat wave, so I've been sweating all day and all night. I had to actually not go to the gym because I think I injured myself because of the heat. I was going a bit too hard in the gym. All right. I didn't warm up properly. That might be not because of the heat, though. That might just be me being stupid. So position 0 seems to work, which I don't quite understand. So let's investigate this. So right, so I'm going to delete this. Okay, that duck definitely disappears. Does the other one? Yes, it does. Okay, interesting. Why? That's such a strange bug. Okay, so the next question is the duck inside one of these rocks? That's all. Right, I'm also going to change the demo scene just a little bit. I like the increasing sizes of the spheres as well. That needs to be back in the scene. Currently, still looking for a job at the moment. But, yes, so hopefully people will be able to see, like, I've been doing this cool stuff. Maybe not cool to them, but I think I've become a better programmer in the long run. So, yeah, how did you start with Vulkan? Was it hard? I started with the Vulkan tutorial, Vulkan-tutorial. I wouldn't recommend starting with that. That was a while ago. And even back then, it wasn't the best tutorial to choose. What I would recommend is going to howtovulkan.com. So if you pause this for a minute, just to help you guys out, how to Vulkan. Assuming that you know C++ or whatever language that you're familiar with well enough that you can follow a graphics tutorial, I recommend this. I'll just link it in the chat, wherever the live stream chat is. There you go. There you go. Give that a watch. Give that a watch. Give that a go, and hopefully that. Hi, Kalia. Hey, yeah, not bad. Thank you for joining us. That should be a good tutorial to start with. It starts with Vulkan 1.3. I started with Vulkan 1.0, which meant I learned a bunch of stuff that is completely not the meta anymore when it comes to programming Vulkan. So, yeah, definitely a good starting point. There's also Vulkan Guide if you're interested. If you type in Vulkan Guide into into Google, you should find a more lengthy version of the same tutorial, but it goes into more. It does more stuff, but it's harder to follow, just because it's a more difficult tutorial. But How to Vulkan is very concise, very quick. It's still not easy, but that's just like Vulkan being Vulkan rather than anything else. Yeah, I'm good. Good, thanks. I have learning Vulkan, discover how to build an impressive 3D and a next generation graphics API. Ah, okay. Actually don't know about the book. Is it good? Published in 2016. Okay, so it's 2016, which means that was when Vulkan came out. Now, I don't know what you're targeting, Kalia, when it comes to your when it comes to hardware. If you're targeting mobile, that's probably a very good resource. The problem with 2016, if you're targeting desktop computers, is that technology has moved on, and Vulkan 1.3 and 1.4 have implemented new things into the standard that are going to make your life easier. 1.0 still works everywhere. It works on more computers than any version of Vulkan. But if you're targeting what is it called, like desktop computers, and trying to do modern stuff, you will end up having to program a lot more. It's going to be trickier trying to implement some of the stuff from 2016, and than it would be if you were to use a more up-to-date resource. We have rain here. Lucky you, I guess. That's why I recommend like How to Vulkan. How to Vulkan is 2016, up to date. It's using a good baseline, which is Vulkan 1.3. The book in 2016 is likely using a Vulkan 1.0. That being said, Kalia, I started with Vulkan 1.0, but no one. I need modern Vulkan. I see. You need modern Vulkan. Yes, you can. By the way, it's not a useless book. I think it's I don't think it's not like, oh, don't use it, it's bad or anything. There's just stuff in there that you won't come across, because you'll have to learn something called render passes, which sorry to go on a bit, but this is important for people who are trying to learn Vulkan. Render passes are quite difficult to get working, and they're not relevant anymore, really, on desktop GPUs. They were designed for dealing with deferred rendering on a mobile. That was what they were trying to fix. You can't do something called dynamic rendering on a mobile device without something like render passes. Now, if you use dynamic rendering, which just doesn't, it's much simpler, and setting up the image barriers that you would need between individual steps. Let's just say you need to do some post-processing, so you take the output of a shader, like a vertex shader, and then do something on that, right? You don't have to use render passes for that. You can just use a straight memory barrier at runtime. So there's no the reason you want to move away from render passes is because render passes are a way of doing image barriers, but they have an extra layer of like complexity to them. They have like dependencies that you have to set up ahead of time, which you don't have to do that with memory barriers. And the second thing is you have to have something called a VK frame buffer, which if you use dynamic rendering, you can completely get rid of. No one, I believe, well, people who worked with Vulkan, the early versions of Vulkan, didn't like having to deal with something that VK frame buffer, Whereas I don't have to touch that anymore because I've got dynamic rendering set up. So yeah, it's that's what I you've got you have a modern cookbook. I see. Yes. The cookbook is fine, but like you said, Callie, cookbooks are different from yes, there is an older and a new cookbook. So cookbooks are mostly isolated tutorials. They're not really building on itself. It's just I've got a cookbook as well, by the way. It's just like implement this thing. This is how you do it. But there's less like groundwork that is set when you're going through a cookbook, because it's like simulating a recipe. Why do you use a singleton for a window instance? That is just so we can pass around the height and the width to anywhere in the engine. And I don't have two windows. I'll never have two windows. So I was like, you know what? To make myself, to make it easier for myself, I will just have a singleton that I can just access at any point. I don't have to worry about data being initialized because it'll just be already initialized, which is, you know, important for swap chain stuff. When I resize the window, you know, all that kind of stuff happening. I need whatever the resolution is, and that comes from the window instance. So yeah, hopefully that explains like what it's something I tripped up with, by the way, Kalia. It's not something that's well explained, honestly, in like how to learn Vulkan. My old engine actually is Vulkan 1.0 compatible, or at least 1.1. So there's a lot of like, that's the reason I started a new engine, partly is because it was so complicated trying to get anything to do anything, because I had to go through this strict frame graph that had to be established ahead of time, and I had to build that up with render passes and subpass dependencies, and it just kind of added like complexity to the renderer that didn't need to be there when I had a, you know, modern, because then I also had like I didn't just have render passes, I had like dynamic rendering as well. So I had to like do two different code paths, and I had like synchronization 1 and 2. I had like I supported like every extension depending on your graphics card, and it was like, this is useful if you've got a game engine that's going to be used by many people. But I know I'm going to set a minimum floor for what the hardware is going to be, and if you don't have that floor of hardware, then the game's not going to run. And I'm just going to have to accept that. You know, if you're stuck on Vulkan 1.0 or 1.1, pretty much everyone has 1.3, then yes, I'm going to unfortunately have to leave you behind on that one, hardware-wise. So yeah, are you switching to Linux or 11? Soon, I will be trying to get to 11, and I do have Linux already, so. But we'll see how that goes. That might be a bit of a I'm having to take a week off to figure out how to do that without bankrupting myself. Upgrading my CPU, RAM, and motherboard or something. Ugh. I'm not looking forward to that day. Yes, if you've got the more up-to-date cookbook, it should give you... Chapter 1, I think, is very much how to set up the window and how to deal with that properly. Chapter 2 and 3, I think, are just getting like basics done, and the rest are kind of like mostly in isolation. Outside of that, I think you can follow that cookbook. I think I know which one you're talking about. That cookbook, the one that isn't from 2016, that's more up to date. Whatever I forgot what it's called. It should suit you well. You should be able to go through that. It is a good resource. I've got it. And I'm going to reference bits and bobs and stuff. Yes, that one. That one's fine, because that actually has... That will be Vulkan 1.3. So that's going to be more useful for you in the long run. And yes, you should go through less pain trying to set up synchronization things, which is honestly one of the toughest parts of Vulkan. If you have... if you're working with Vulkan 1.3 rather than 1.0, because the synchronization in that is much more difficult. For reasons I said earlier. And just to finish off the discussion on render passes, it was found in after people using it for a long enough period of time, that render passes weren't the solution for the problem they were trying to solve. So yes, even Chronos, I don't think, in general, are saying that people should use render passes anymore. That was an incorrect solution. Well, in general, right? I'm not going to say it was a correct solution in the sense it worked, but it wasn't the solution they were looking for. So that's what I mean, right? When I say incorrect, it's not that it was bad. It's not that it was wrong. It was just not what program is needed effectively. So yeah, that's a final thing, and that's why everyone's basically moving to dynamic rendering, because we don't need to worry about deferred shading on mobile for the most part. Yes, so yeah, just make sure, I would say for anyone who's learning, in general, any book that you look at, anything that you've bought, just make sure that it's not teaching you how to use render passes. If it's not doing that, you're technically in the modern era. There's other more modern stuff, but at the very least, you don't want to learn how to do render passes and how to set up the synchronization that way, and then have to relearn it again with just straight memory barriers, with image memory barriers. Anyways, right? Okay, so let's go forward. Yeah. So I know it's kind of difficult because none of this is communicated to anyone. It's just you just kind of have to know this stuff. So at least everyone knows now. Anyway, let's break into what we're doing and let's remember what we do. Okay, so 0 has this bug. Why does this update 2 things? That's why I don't understand. Oh, hang on. I know why. This is really stupid. Okay, I've just made a really dumb mistake. I think, when you talk to people about something not related, you kind of figure out the problem. And this is just me being, I think, a bit dim. That's the issue. And I have it in 2 places. I'm very happy that you've that I found you. You are very good at game dev. I appreciate that, Kalia. You'll become just as good as me in no time. I promise you that. So 0, and then let's just see. All the other ducks are still there. Okay, cool. That was a really silly mistake that I was making. Again, this is just demo code for now. The problem here is I've got to be very careful with the... actually, I don't need to worry about this at all. Yo, that's way better, because I'm not deleting the buffer. I'm just... Yes, okay, so that's going to fix a lot of stuff. So let's... I just realized. Let's just make sure this works. Yes. And let's delete 40. I don't know what that is going to be. So 40. Oh, no, 39. The 39th element out of 40. Yeah, any knowledge that I've gained is through pain. So yeah, I want to hopefully, so I press 0. I want to help you guys out as much as I can. Okay, annoyingly, it didn't disappear. I don't think. Did I press 0? Why aren't you... I assume you are 33. Yeah. Okay, so this is the bug I think I have. So if I go to 1, what are we deleting then? So I pressed 1, and nothing got removed, as far as I can tell, at least. Oh yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do as well is also make these big, these debug spheres. That should be in this demo scene because I did that on purpose. So just to make sure things don't get when I see things overlapping, then I know something's wrong, right? Okay, so we have the debug scene and yeah, the rock setting 2. Okay, so it looks like body creation settings. Where's that? My biggest lack is I do not research before I jump on any technology. Yeah, I guess that could be a weakness, but it also can be a strength. I don't necessarily see that. I necessarily see it as always a bad thing, due to the fact that you could possibly be stuck researching the same thing over and over again forever. Then you actually don't make any progress because you want to make sure you know everything before you begin, right? So in theory, I think, in general, I think you're fine. I made, like I said, I made the same mistake. I learned how to do this with render passes, Vulkan. So, you know, sometimes jumping in is bad. Sometimes jumping in is like what you need to do to experience the mistakes and make progress. So, okay, so we have rock. Why isn't the radius being set? Does this have radius? And when it comes to game dev, I'm certainly not. I know I sometimes don't feel very good at this, and in fact, a lot of the times I feel really bad at this type of thing that we're trying to do when it comes to game dev. So honestly, it's like for anyone else who's kind of like feeling the same way, you know, I can totally relate. Okay, this should be duck at least. So let's at least name these. Why isn't the radius not carrying over? No, I'll just do it the normal way. This is just going to be confusing for me in the future, maybe. So, you know, despite me being able to help you guys sometimes I'm like completely stuffed and don't know what's going on myself. But you know, if you've been around the streams for long enough, you probably already know that that I'm not necessarily Mr. Hotshot when it comes to game dev. There are plenty of people better than me, but that just makes me want to be better, you know. Every day I think to my, you know, let's just say someone says, wow, you suck at programming or whatever. Well, you know, I could just be like, well, tomorrow I'm going to be better than I was yesterday, and that's how things are going to go. Every single day I'm going to try and get better. So, nope, you're still not big, but I think renaming the variables was at least a good step. A thing that needs to be done. I'm going to leave the 2 in there because I think we might be maybe using it multiple times. I don't know. So player sphere and this sphere. Now what I'm going to do briefly is just, this shouldn't affect anything, but I'm kind of curious if it will. So 13.5. This shouldn't do anything, but if it does, I just want to challenge my assumptions here, which is always a good thing to do. Okay, good. Okay, that didn't do anything, which is good. That means this data is not touched. It's not touching the debug scene, which is what I wanted. That's why I wrote a separate function. Did I restart my... No, I didn't. Okay, so throw that in there. So what we're trying to do, for those who are wondering, I might not have communicated what we're trying to do very well. Effectively, the debug scene is just everything in a line, but this mesh, this red thing, should be 1 pixel smaller than this guy, and this should be 1 pixel bigger than this guy, and 1 pixel smaller than this guy. This is so I can see overlapping. Right now, these are all the same size, which is not useful for seeing if the geometry is overlapping. The reason I've rotated these and made them very big is to make sure that if I do, like for example, if these two, for example, warp to this position and I think it's deleted, I can see that the color's different, the size is different on the mesh, and I should at the very least be able to see that the duck's inside here after that investigation. So right now, yeah, the debug scene isn't in its most useful position, and also that's why I changed the color as well, just to distinguish between things. Right, and you can see that the debug this is too small to see any difference when these overlap as well. So yeah, so I'm just trying to make sure that the geometry that gets set for the debug mesh is also increasing in size, and currently it is not, which might be something that I'm doing wrong and I can't quite see. So let's see, so we go in here and we have the shape, and what I'm looking for here is the get collision shape, I guess. This should be, as far as I can tell. So if I just randomly add a value here, like 100, right? I want to see this as like super obviously bigger for everything in the scene. Yeah, okay, so that's good. Oh, hang on. Ah, right, I see. Okay, so the ducks aren't getting their size set, but they are. The rocks are. Okay, so let's fix that. Okay, so for some reason, when we do the ducks, they're not setting their own collision geometry. Ah, I see. Okay, so we're just literally missing some code. That would make sense. In our switch statement, this, interestingly, I don't know how this is, how I've missed this. This is just me not like adding something into the game. Okay, so let's see, duck, and this is typically dynamic, and yes, we set the user data this way. Actually, I don't want to do this right now. I don't think it matters too much. So yeah, get collision shape. Okay, cool. And we're braking. Yes. Okay, so let's see how that did. Yeah. Okay, that's what I want to see, right? Where they should be increasing, but I can't quite tell. I'm going to assume they are. Now, the red should be the smallest, and as they get more blue, they should get slowly bigger. Maybe I should increase that scaling factor by a bit, because it doesn't really matter, to be honest. So when I increase the geometry, what am I doing this by? Right, okay, so what I'm going to do here is just increase this by 5. Because it is quite small. And that's true for the other one as well. Just double it, just so I can see the radius change a bit more aggressively. I don't really care if they overlap. Yeah, okay, so that's clearly bigger. So this will be, if it warps to this position, we should be able to see it, because there'll be a 5 pixel difference now in every direction. What do the spheres do, the red ones and the blue ones? They are collision geometry. That's representing what the collision geometry is. So as far, yes, okay, so they're not actually touching. So in real life, in the actual collision geometry, they're much smaller than this. It's actually around this duck, but I've made the size bigger to test something. So when I remove something from the scene, I need to remove the collision geometry as well as the object itself. And right now I just have the spheres, so I've arbitrarily made them bigger. I've changed the colors. So if I, for example, try and move 39, which will be this rock, and it moves around, I'll be able to track it based on its collision geometry. That's like kind of like a visual tag, a visual indicator. So the colors just tell me at what order they are in. So red is 0 and blue is 39, which would be 40 elements in a row. and that the gradient between them is just telling me that this is, you know, in order of sequence. This is, I don't know, this would be what, so if that was 0 and that was 39 at the end, this will be 21. So this is like the 21th thing in my list. So when I try and delete 21, I hopefully should see this be removed. So that's all that is. It's basically in the debug scene. It's just telling me what things are when I visually look at them. Obviously, you won't see this in the game. This is just to make sure things are working as expected when you remove something from the scene, which they currently aren't. So if I press 0 and I try to remove something, I don't know what I've removed, you can see that nothing got moved. I can press it till I'm blue in the face, and nothing's been removed. So yeah, is your old entity system infinitely generated? No, it doesn't deal with infinite generation, but that might do. It's been something I've been toying around in my head. So it's there's a lot to do. And yes, I just need to keep working on this to make sure that it's because I haven't moved this to Linux yet to even test it, because there's so much half-finished code that I don't even want to begin to debug yet. So what we're trying to do at the moment is, at the very simplest, wrong thing, is take element 1 and remove it from the scene visually, and I can worry about everything else afterwards, but only for some reason. The way I'm doing this, by the way, is just setting the position to the max float values. So for example, it's going to be very unlikely that a player is going to press W or move far enough in one direction that they're eventually going to hit the max float values, and you know, even then they'll just warp around to the minimum float values as they as that increases. So that, oh no, wait, okay, so 0 is not working now. Interesting. Let's just make sure this is being triggered. So when I press 0, oops. Yeah, okay, so it is being hit, and we are writing to it. And as far as I can tell, this is fine. So I'm going to press F10, and hopefully we should see, yes, these 3 values, which is kind of normal, which are huge values. And these M3, you can think of this as X, Y, and Z, right? This is what I'm setting. I'm setting the X, Y, and Z coordinates here to the maximum possible float value. The rest starts to do with rotation and or keeping homogeneous coordinates, which just means they need to be set to an identity matrix. I maybe should set it to an identity matrix first. So I'm going to do that, because that's like not geometrically, but that's effectively setting things to 1. So for example, in regular maths with regular numbers, you know, if I times something by 0, it's going to be destructive in the sense that it changes the value, which is fine for like if you're actually trying to do that. But if I want something to not change the value, I need to change it by 1, right? So like 1 times anything is just itself, whatever it was. So we need to have an identity matrix which does the same. That's just in case anyone doesn't know linear algebra, what we're trying to do here. Yes, we are listening. So yes. Is the position supposed to be the entire transform? This is the positional buffer, so this is going to be multiplied, but not by the model itself. Sorry, it's not containing the model itself, so I'm not changing the model's like size or anything, or scaling it. All we're doing here is it's just positional data and rotation data. Okay, so that could definitely get hit, and we should see, yeah, some 1s in here, which is like an identity matrix with the max possible floats. No, it's still not being deleted. So what I'm trying to do is weirdly, I don't know why this is not working anymore. Yeah. This was Interesting. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just copy this out, because I'm going to press Control Z a bunch. And yeah, so what I'm doing here is, so I'm going to throw this back in. So this is just like step one of trying to remove things from the scene. Do you need the entire map 4 for that then? Yes, because it needs the rotation data in there as well. How do I install Vulkan? First thing, make sure your driver is up to date, your graphics driver, whatever that is. And then if you want to install Vulkan for development reasons, then you need an SDK, a standard development kit. And what I recommend, which has been pretty much true for forever, everyone recommends the Luna G standard development kit, which will give you a bunch of other stuff. It'll help you, if you go to this actually, this page, this will help you with give you validation layers. It'll help you with making sure things work. It'll give you a bunch of tools that help work with stuff. I link to this when I'm developing this particular one. I have for 1.4350. So should I stay away from 1 and 2 for Vulkan? That's up to you. You need to figure out what your minimum hardware is that you're going to support. What I would do is go to something like, what is it called? This website, and you can basically see like what things are supported. So for example, if you want to use mesh shaders, you find the mesh shader extension. How do you spell extension? So if you want to support mesh shaders, for example, and you want to support this extension in Vulkan, you can throw this into where is it? So extensions, and you can go like, oh, what type of I think I just type mesh shader in here. Mesh shader. Okay, that's what I wanted. You can see like, oh, okay, so what do people need? This is what platforms support this, yada yada yada. You can see like almost no Android devices support this. So, and Mac's kind of tepid. If you're supporting Mac, you need to be considerate of like what you need here. But you can see that 49%, nearly 50% of both Windows and Linux both support mesh shading. So you can be like, okay, yeah, so I'm fine with most 50% of people being able to support this. So you need to be able to define what you need. I would say if you're starting out, don't worry about it. I would say Vulkan 1.3 is fine. You'll find that Vulkan 1.3 is basically supported everywhere for desktop computers. So yeah, so hopefully my laptop supports 1.3. Yeah, go with 1.3. 1.3 is very widely supported. Couldn't you just reconstruct the GPU side to use a 3x, 4x? The model matrix is also a 4x matrix, so I'd end up having to do the conversion anyway on the shader. It would maybe it's a way to compress data. You're not wrong there. We could maybe worry about, because there's this buffer is quite large due to the fact that it stores a 4x matrix for every instance. So yeah, it's possible that I could just get rid of the 0001 at the bottom of the matrix to save bandwidth. But I would have to do some shenanigans on the shader to restore that back to a 4x matrix for the multiplication. Because things need to be multiplied together in a way that I don't lose the... it's not destructive, if that makes sense. So yes, thank you, TT, for asking the bot for that. Right. Okay. So let's continue debugging this, because I'm kind of like confused what's going on. So what I did here is I restored this and this. This was here originally because I was deleting the buffers and I'm reconstructing them. Now, I shouldn't have to do that if I'm just changing the data on the GPU. So what we might end up having to do here is opening up RenderDoc and seeing what the data is and seeing why things aren't getting removed. I think that's going to be the best bet right now. Today I bombarded you with a lot of questions. That's fine. You know, like I said, part of my part of my job. I don't know how to put it. Part of the reason I stream is to help out people when they ask questions. It's not. Sometimes I will. It's my main priority is to become a better programmer. So I will overwrite, you know, people's questions if I feel like it's getting in the way of me becoming a better programmer overall. But you know, your goal in stream is to have fun, and if that's asking me questions, that's completely valid. And it's no one's fault for asking too many questions. If I feel like there's too many questions being asked in the stream, all I have to do is just not answer them. It's that simple. People can ask normal questions. It's completely fine. So don't feel guilty or anything like that about. So I need to get RenderDoc open. Asking questions. You know, it's completely chill. Where is the doc? Oh, I'll have to show you. We're about to open RenderDoc, so we're going to do a bit of debugging, and hopefully we'll see him there. But I have reserved a build that's supposed to show off for people that we do have the doc flying around in a nice lit environment. So Raj, there you go. That was for you. The doc is still floating around. We have a spotlight now, so when you get closer to a rock, it does light up even in the dark directions. Yeah, so it's good to see him again, my guy. Yes, so let's open up our release build, and we. Oh, did I not compile? Hang on, that's not going to work. Okay, so for some reason, oh, didn't I not compile? I don't think I compiled. Excuse me. So yeah, let's see what's happening to our buffers today. Yeah, the reason also I'm not on Windows 11 is literally because of that motherboard. That motherboard does not have the silly chip that Microsoft insists that you have for Windows 11, despite, you know, having the hardware to completely support Windows 11. Anyway, so that runs, fantastic. So we should be able to run in RenderDoc. Yeah. Is Windows 12 coming? Wow, that's really... I thought Windows 11 was going to be the last operating system. Okay, so when I press... Okay, so the lighting is still on, which is fine, I guess. So I press 0, and then I want to capture frame. And... Whoops. Yes, I was studying Monte Carlo integration. We put that in pause because that was more advanced. It is used in real-time rendering in select situations for like sarcastic image-based lighting and stuff, but my engine needs less complex features. It just needs to be able to make a game. I need to be able to have the game playable. Ugh. Oh my goodness. I'm going to upgrade to Windows 11, and then they're going to announce that I don't have the correct hardware for Windows 12. You watch. Just like, I know it. I have a bad feeling. Right, anyway. So, this is for... Oh, I see I'm rendering that. I don't need to render that. Okay, so, anyway. We want to go to pipeline stage and vertex shader. Push constants. This. This. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so we have rotation data. And what do we have? We have, yeah, the debug model, which increases in size, which is fine. And we should see that what I'm looking at here is these zeros, right? One of these should be insanely large, which it's really not. Okay, so clearly nothing's being set when I'm trying to do this. They mixed. Oh, yeah. Sometimes I wish AI does not exist. So clearly we're not writing to. We're not, the data that we've got here, we're not writing to. Yeah, Microsoft went nuts with AI. So this has not been written, which is interesting. Because it gets written here to, you know, get entity data, entity index, position, model data. And this is the same idea. It's just getting it from the physics engine, which is quite slow, but it happens. Windows, Mac, and Android all mixed together in Windows 12 plus bonus AI. I stopped using AI 90%. I don't know if this is true for everyone, but my mum started to use AI, and she's just not interested in computers in the slightest. So I feel like the people who are using AI now are not the same people that were using it originally. And I feel like it's about to die a death in the same way, right, for consumers. Right, so let's think. Because if coders and stuff are just not using it anymore, in general, this could be a complete take, like a take that doesn't make any sense. But I just feel like when my mum's starting to use something, it's like it's becoming uncool and no one cares about it anymore. Windows 12 does not have offline support because they have to ask Copilot to sign in. Oh no, really? Ugh. No, I love my offline operating system. Well, that's just the way of the times, I guess. Everyone's still on Windows, so I have to support it. Yeah, no jobs. Even I have a paid one, I do not care about it anymore. Yeah, it's never mind. Well, you know, it is what it is. There's not much we can do about it. We just have to be good software engineers if we're interested in that type of thing, without and pick the things that make sense for us to do. Definitely do not. Definitely not spreading misinformation and lies online. Oh, are you lying? I don't know. Yes, your brain. Yes, if you don't use AI, your brain will adjust and it'll get better. Anyway, let's debug this. I feel like I've been talking too much, which isn't your fault, by the way, guys. It's just my fault for not concentrating. Anyway. So what I don't understand is why on earth... Right, so what I'm going to do something a bit nuts. Right? So we're going to see some change here no matter what. And if this doesn't work, I don't know what's going on. So we should be able to write to this data at different points. And we're going to delete like loads of stuff all at once. And what we're going to do is we're just going to build for a release, because I want to see, one, is it visible? It doesn't really matter right now, and I might want to check this in render docs, so we're in release still. So 0, what changed? Nil point, nothing at all. Nil. Alright, so I am going to relaunch this application in Render Docky and see what didn't change. Nope, just launch, please. No, I don't want to save that, I don't really care. So it's moved back, press 0, capture the frame, and then see how that affected things buffer-wise. So let's go down to the instance drawn stuff. There is stuff in the scene that is not instance. It's impossible to instance draw. So let's bring in this much, which is the. Okay, let's do the rocks actually. That's quite important. Vertex shader, push constants. Let's see the data. So yes, nothing has changed as far as I can see. So what again, I'm looking at these 3 values. We are setting these 3 values and I don't understand why they're not updating. It's possible that the physics engine's getting in the way. So the physics engine might just be putting it back to where it was. Here. Which it's not something I thought about actually. That might be the case. So what I'm going to do is just remove it for a minute. So what I might have to do is set the position in the physics engine as well, which is slow unfortunately because it has to go through a bunch of mutex stuff. But yes, so I'm just going to remove that. Do you know Blender? No, I don't. People often confuse AI has limits. We are unlimited. Yes, I very much agree with that. People think AI is just magic. Okay, so that is definitely what's happening. So, yeah, in these streams, you've probably if you've stuck around, there has been cases where I've tried to use Blender, and it's been a bit of a difficult experience for me to figure out what the heck's going on in that piece of software. So when it comes to artwork, I don't exactly know what we're going to be doing, but lastly, YouTube deleted video AI generate. Oh, really? Huh. We are cleaning AI, boys. I had no idea. Okay, so this makes a lot of sense. If I want to delete then a rock, I feel like I've been trying to delete a rock and I've been getting confused why that doesn't happen. 21, right? And I can get rid of this. I think this is a duplicate thing, so I kind of know what's going on now. I think we can visually update the scene. Alright, so yay! Okay, so we delete the wrong rock, but that's still a rock being deleted. Nothing else happened, nothing crazy happened there. Cool. Alright, now we have a different problem. I think what we can do is get rid of this. I don't think we need this. So I'm gonna get rid of 2 things in the scene, just so I can see them side by side. I'm gonna get rid of 1, which it should be a duck, as well. And we're gonna get rid of this. And hopefully we get rid of 2 things in the scene that are both 2 different models. Yeah, okay, so that's what I want. I want to at least get rid of 2 things that are quite close together at the beginning. So that's good. Then how do you create these rocks and ducks without Blender? Good question. I have downloaded the duck is completely free. It's part of a sample. It's part of sample assets. The rock I found online for free. And it's who is it? It was on Sketchfab. I'll have to look it up. But we'll have to see how we're going to handle art. Art is the when it comes to game dev, it's really expensive. So if I wanted to pay for someone, for example, it's like really expensive to do decent artwork. The secret ingredients crime. So my goal with my game is to get it almost done and then do art right at the end. This is to avoid having to redo anything. Like, let's just say I decide that I don't want to do X, Y, and Z. Only at the end will I see, and it'll give some artists to do stuff. You know, they'll be able to actually do something, rather than just you know, wait on me for months on end to like add a feature, then they can finally do something they want. I may obviously have to change the engine as we go, but yeah, it's generally that's what I'm trying to achieve anyway. So right, so now I need to figure out when I bring these back, why do things get kept around, especially if it's not dynamic. Some of these entities are not dynamic, or does it assume every entity is dynamic? Hang on. No. So yes, dynamic. Oh, hang on. I'm going to say false here, because I have a sneaking suspicion that it's updating everything. Yeah, this is wrong. This has been wrong for ages now. I think I've made everything in this scene dynamic by accident. Oops. So I think this is going to delete a rock but not a duck in my... Yeah, okay, so... Right. That's fine. Okay, that's predictable. Okay, so the reason that's happening is because we're resetting the data right here. So we basically need to set up a way to figure out if something has been deleted and not to rewrite its position based on its dynamic update. So I think we just need to add a isDeleted keyword to our entity, right? What I mean by that is if I go to scene, I have a list of entities, right? And basically at that I need to be like isDeleted. Or isDynamic equals false, I guess. You know, that'd be the fake way of doing it, but would that be good? I don't know. It's not dynamic anymore, at least, and it should go to sleep. The other thing I need to do is sleep, which is I don't know how expensive this is to do. But yeah, if I go through the body interface, kind of like this is asleep. Or sleep. Oh no. Where's the... How do I check if something's asleep? Get body, maybe. Okay, let me just look through the... I should learn Blender too. Yes. A lot of my game, because I don't have control over the art as much, I think I'm going to just go heavy on the... Like, trying to make things look pretty without worrying about the artwork. That's why I spent a long time learning, like, trying to understand the physics, like, 100%. Well, closer to what, you know... Sorry, physics, lighting. I meant to say lighting. Because at the very least, I can, as a programmer, make the lighting look good. So, sleep is active. Okay, so I assume that means... Right, let's see. Okay, so I hope this isn't slow. Yeah, because that's the lock every time. This is kind of slow. Yeah, I think using the physics engine as little as possible is going to be beneficial here, because we have to do a bunch of locking to talk to the physics engine. And that honestly really slowed me down when I was trying to when I made everything dynamic by accident. It like tanked the frame rate. Just because of all the locking that I had to do. So I think I'm going to sacrifice some memory efficiency and just have a second thing, say it bool and isDeleted. I need to have this anyway, kind of like to indicate false. The indie dev move is to make the art intentionally shitty. That way, it's an art style. It's a style TM. Yes. Gregory suggests Havoc's physics. Yes, if you can afford it. It's very expensive. It might be good. I have no idea. I wouldn't recommend it personally. So Gregory, I know who you're talking about. You're talking about Jason Gregory, right? He's recommending it because he can work at Naughty Dog and he has like access to basically the best software available. So I need to figure out what these entities are. So yeah, if you're okay with spending a lot of money, then yes, use that. Oh, I saw the price now. Yeah, it's it's probably not a good idea for you to use it, but yes, other game studios will use it. Wallet suggests to go for FOSS alternative. Yes, exactly. That's why I've gone with Jolt. Jolt has been used in commercial game engines. Zero. What is it called? Zero Horizon. That game with robot dinosaurs and a blonde and a ginger girl. It's been used in the sequel of that game. I actually don't know what it's called. Horizon Zero Dawn, I think it's called. That's it. The sequel, whatever the sequel was called. Ginger girl with dinosaurs. That game. All right. So is deleted. I need to be like, okay. So which do these correspond to? So I'm gonna fake this for now, obviously. So that will be 1 and 2. Let's see if that works. No, that would be, sorry. What's 0 in this case? I'll try 1 and 2, just see what ends up happening here. No, let's think about this. How are these created? Let's look at that scene. Yeah, 50k per product. That sounds about right. Yeah. Not friendly for indie devs, for sure. Okay, so when I'm creating these, how are these? So again, I'm gonna make stable IDs as soon as I need to, which may seem weird to say that, but okay. So this is the stable ID. Every time we do this, so this would be, we do the docs first. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so no, it's the same. It's the same. Wait, that's actually really handy. Especially because we're not deleting anything, we're actually just moving things off the scene. So if I go into my game here and do 1 and 21, so let's do 21, and is deleted, and I just need to make sure that we don't do anything. And oops. What I could do actually is just completely avoid this and just go if entity is deleted, just continue. Just don't even bother. I think that's going to be the best, because that's going to avoid even a little bit, just a little extra if statement. Not that it's like I care that much, but okay, so let's see how that works. I might have to go back into debug briefly, but we'll see. So again, I'm trying to delete the same things while also not disabling the physics. So yep, okay, and that works because it's important to note that the duck is dynamic, so that extra check has worked. It hasn't updated. Fantastic. Okay, so that means we have a very easy way to figure out when things are deleted now. Sure, the memory utility isn't that good. Using booleans and structs that are used like this is slow-ish for memory lookups and cache misses. but I'm okay with it for now. I'm not that worried about it. Now, the real test, I think, is going to be adding something back in. Now, I don't know if I need to do this, so this is going to be kind of like a... Do I need to care right now? As far as I can tell, that is our deletion code. It's so much simpler than it was before. Like, you have no idea how much simpler this is. If you saw my deletion code originally, it had multiple if statements, it had all sorts of stuff going on. Like, it deleted buffers, it recreated buffers, it had to worry about the index, the entity index being correct. It had to like readjust that as well. So because everything was so orderly dependent, I had to delete stuff out of arrays in a particular way that was really complicated. Now we're just basically saying is deleted, also set the position to off the screen, which is really nice. The only downside of this approach that I can see in the future is if I delete a lot of things out of the scene, the memory doesn't reduce at all. So let's just say I delete all the rocks in the scene, right? When that's case, like nothing will speed up. Well, I don't know actually. I don't know what will happen. The physics engine will get a lot faster, assuming that they're all dynamic. But yeah, it's that now we need to basically move this into the physics engine to basically update these things in exactly the same way on collision. And I need to do this in a way that doesn't destroy the physics engine. Because it's multi-threaded, I've got to be careful how I move something. This is just the what I could do as well maybe is grab the body. I do have the body. Instead of deleting it, I don't know. Let me think about this. I don't know what's faster. Should I set... I think at the very least I should do this. I should get the body out, right? Which is body ID, and I should talk to the physics engine and say put it to sleep. Just so that the physics simulation is nothing, or say it's inactive. So say not active anymore. That means that it's not taking part in the physics anymore. I'm not entirely sure if deleting it from the physics engine makes sense. If we're just going to reuse it for something else in the future. So, for example, set active or something. Active. Oops. Sleep. So, is active was a thing, right? But I need to also like set it to inactive. How do I do that? Deactivate body, right? Deactivate bodies. Yes, deactivate body. Okay. So I think what I want to be able to do then is deactivate the body. Right. So these are not taking part in the physics simulation anymore, including 21. What physics would you suggest? There are two options for you there, Kalia. Jolt or PhysX. Jolt has a really nice open source policy. PhysX is a bit older. It's what other people are using. Okay. And I think, yes, they're not going to be used in the physics simulation anymore. That's just fantastic. Okay. So it's just a personal preference. PhysX is very object oriented. Sorry, I take that back. Jolt is very object oriented. I've never used PhysX. I have an AMD GPU. I don't think it shouldn't matter. I personally would suggest Jolt, but PhysX is equally fine. I just don't. I think the documentation on both aren't the best. Sorry, I should take that back. I've seen. Let me say that again. So the only experience I have. Let me pause this for a minute. So, again, take everything I'm saying with a pinch of salt here. My physics understanding is very weak in comparison to maybe other programmers. So I'm going to say this. The only time I've seen people struggle with physics is when I watched a video by Tokyo Spliff, and he was trying to get decals to work. No, he was trying to get bullet casings to come off the gun that he was using in his game engine, and he apparently was struggling with particles and getting things to work right with physics, and he found the documentation a bit hard to use. I don't know if that's just him or that's just generally the case for everyone. That's not a generally good thing to go off, by the way. I would suggest, if you want to really compare the two, find other programmers who have more experience with this. But I would say that if you want to just jump into a physics engine and you don't do any research, and you pick Jolt, and you pick physics, you're going to have problems with either. The kind of physics engines are kind of a difficult piece of software to write. So I don't think it matters too much. I don't think there's any wrong choice here. It's not the same as using Vulkan 1.0. Physics itself, when you do physics programming, there are two ways of doing it: constraint based or impulse based, and either are fine. And these have been around before Vulkan existed. It's just mathematical equations and making sure that your numerical precision is fine, so it doesn't degrade and go all crazy, and efficiency when it comes to threading and stuff like that. I know Jolt has multi-threading, which is kind of needed now in physics engines. So yeah, I would say that you should be fine with Jolt, but if you want to compare and contrast them more, I'm probably not the guy to ask, because I just don't have good experience with either. So yeah, hopefully that helps you out. Is NVIDIA... I actually don't know. I really... when it comes to physics, I thought it ran on both, because games ship with it. So I assume that it runs on both. I think originally it came out on NVIDIA. Sorry, yeah, NVIDIA, that's right. Because physics was its own thing. It's a big... they originally had a PPU, a physics processing unit, as well as a graphics processing unit, a GPU. And they got acquired by NVIDIA many years ago now, and they put that PPU on NVIDIA cards. But I think it's adopted everywhere now. That was a long time ago. That was like, it was advertised with Mirror's Edge, the original. So, you know, that's what I remember physics being talked about, like physics in Mirror's Edge. Yeah, but like I said, yeah, if you do want to know more details, you know, yeah, reach out to. There is a physics programming Discord, but they're more interested in writing their own physics engine than what I'm doing here. So, anyway, I'm glad I could help. Although I can't help too much, but yes, at the very least, hopefully you'll be able to trust that when it comes to my advice, I am comfortable with saying that I don't know sometimes. And this case is probably a generally don't know. I watched one video and with someone struggling with physics. I have no idea. I feel like I struggle with Jolt just the same, so you're going to be struggling regardless. Yeah, so here we go. Here's us trying to work with Jolts. There's also a Open Dynamics engine. Is that for physics? I actually don't know that one. So I'm going to take this and throw it into my physics validator thingamajiggy. Oh, right. Okay, so we have this queue. I remember now. All right. All right. I'm gonna go back into debug, so we don't need release anymore. Let me just turn on the checking. So I believe it or not, we've made a lot of progress very quickly. It doesn't seem like it, but yes, this has been a big pain in the neck. Trying to delete stuff from the scene, and if I just don't technically delete stuff from the scene, then yeah, this is so much easier to do, and I think it's correct, for especially in my case, considering I don't have a lot of things even in the scene anyway. And I think at some point I could probably just recreate the buffers after a certain amount of time, right? I don't have to never recreate the buffers, but for now, let that compile. Ah, Gregory has 3 suggestions. I see. Yes, Jolt is new, by the way. I think if you're wondering why Gregory didn't suggest that, Jason Gregory. New. I think it might be in. It's gonna be in his new book, but let's just see when it was made. Well, when I'm compiling. Oh, okay, never mind. So if I press 0, okay, cool. We close. We get some weird TLC. TLSF issues even, and that is where, okay, yes, that is to do with deleting an entity from the scene, right? Okay, so I am going to just not do this and just see how this handles. I don't think this ever really worked. Yeah, I had this idea of like allocating memory. Oh, okay, so there's no such thing as a player class in this demo scene. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Havoc, physics, open dynamic engine. I'm between Jolt and open dynamics, the open dynamic engine. Yeah, it's what I would do, Kalia, is just make sure the documentation makes sense to you. Read both, see what demo programs exist. I'm not trying to sell you Jolt, by the way, but I'm just going to show you something that Jolt can do for you if you were to pick it. Feel free to not pick this, by the way. If I go into vendor, you may have seen this before, but I'm just going to run it real quick and then get back to what I was doing. Builds this. Like, I'm able to do this. This came working straight off rip, so please don't recompile. Right, I'll leave that in the background while I do other things. But okay, so I'm gonna rerun mine as well. Oh, you know what I didn't do yesterday? I completely forgot to chain things into multi-threaded building. Oh well. Yeah, so I'm going to delete this and close that. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Yes. Okay, so yeah, if I press P, that starts the simulation. That's but if I go to escape, you can go into select tests and like figure out like a character might be useful for you. So that would be in general, and if I go to, what is it called? Is it character? No, where is it? Okay, I'm just gonna, P. Okay, cool. Where's the character stuff? Oh, there it is, right there. Okay, so character, like, you might want to reverse P again. You might want to like, do stuff like this in your game engine. I don't know. So this exists. I don't know how to move the camera, by the way. I'd never figured that out. How do you jump again in this weird demo? Where you have to use the arrow keys. So yeah, make sure that stuff like this exists for the open, because that has a load of sample code that you can learn from. And yeah, for the open dynamic engine. Yeah, just to make yourself like not have to worry. Okay. Right, I think what I'm going to have to do is move out of the demo scene now, I think. As well, thinking about it. And I want to be able to delete stuff based on colliding into stuff. That's going to be the main takeaway. So if I go into game, let's restart my timer. I know I did, okay. So I want to, yeah, excuse my terrible thing right here. So I'm just going to bring back all the player stuff, which is used. So we should, with that, I just got to build the actual scene here, which just randomly generates things in random order. So we should see, as far as I can tell, okay. Oh, I'm not generating enough objects, at the very least. Player might not be setting itself up properly. I think that might be what's happening here. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some water real quick. I'm just around the corner from the kitchen. I silly enough did not get my water bottle ready, so I'm just gonna. I'm literally right next to the sink, so this will take like no time at all. But yeah, it is getting hotter. I can feel the heat. There we go. There we go. The death music again. Are we getting repeating music? Let's go with. Yeah, let's pick a. Let's scroll down a bit. I don't really want to listen to anything in particular. There we go. I'll go with this. I'm kind of vaguely in the mood for that. Okay, so we might hear music again, but it shouldn't be the same load of music. Okay, so let's debug what we broke trying to fix stuff. So we aren't getting any movement and we aren't getting any object displayed. And I think this is because, as far as I can tell, I fixed a bug in my scene code and now it's got another bug, which is, I believe, probably due to the fact that I'm not. I think what I'm going to do here is just case fall through here. Type, I think. Does player exist? Yes. Player and duck the same for now. Oh, really? Player? No, that's just IntelliSense being dumb. It is getting hot indeed. The BBC talks about it a lot, 100%. 45 degrees. Oh my goodness, I do not want to think about that. That is horrendous. Where is it? Oh, it's here. Sorry, it's right there. Ugh. I say that kind of like. I don't want. Oh, I don't want to imagine what 45 degrees is like without air conditioning. Ugh, that sounds awful. So motion type equals dynamic. This is just true. I just need to set that to true. And right, so why are we getting anything working with our player? Okay. Oh, we're not updating the position, I think. I think that's the thing we missed. Why things aren't moving, but I don't know why we're not getting a model either. What I might do is just restore back to previous and just kind of see what the difference is. So if we have the player, where are we updating you? So there's the update the physics. Oh no, there it is updating. We have a player camera based on that. Okay. We can get rid of this. And oh, we're not handling events. Yeah, I knew we were missing something, and we aren't setting the position up properly. Right, did we use this anywhere? Yes. Okay. Yes, we missed a bunch of stuff here. Let's run this again. So at the very least, yes, we should get things moving. Strangely, though, we get... so we have the duck there. We have the duck there. We have a duck here. Okay. Now, when we collide, it did crash on release, so... yeah, okay, so... this is a bug that's come out of nowhere. But it's probably something silly that I'm doing. I think this is likely to do with... yeah, this thing. Yes, we're trying to push to something that hasn't been initialized. Very simple. It's a very simple fix. What I'm going to do is just comment this out for now. And because I don't really want to do this, I don't think anymore. Or if I want to do this, then maybe... I'm not entirely sure yet. So let's... so I just need to set the play to the dock again, and then I think we should be good. So if we collide into something we shouldn't be now allocating into a buffer that doesn't exist. And crash time. Yeah, okay. So, sorry, an array that has no memory, oops, in it. That's what I meant to say. Right, okay, so yeah, this was my deletion code previously, which is just a big convoluted mess. It is really not good. As you can see, it's like tons of nested stuff going on here, all the way down. If 4, all the way. And I think we could vastly simplify this by not actually deleting anything. Anyway, enough of that. We need to make sure that the player is a duck, not debug stuff which we've been messing with. I think that's pretty easy to do. If I go into the scene, it doesn't matter really, but I prefer it to be a duck. This is so like not necessary, but whatever. So entity 0, which is the first one, is getting created with this. It is a model type duck. Right, so where's this being used? Oh, interesting. It's number... Hang on, what? Oh, I see. I'm setting... How do I know which one's the player? Oh, I'm creating this separately, aren't I? I'm building it here. So we have 3 ducks. How is this being updated? This is the wrong model. So this is the... Where? Okay. So we have player. It's dynamic. It's on the moving layer. Yes. It's duck. Sphere. Right. Okay. So what are the others then? So if I get rid of this, hang on. I'm kind of curious now. If I remove this, like that, how does that affect things? Yeah, I'm just gonna look up what the temperature is supposed to be. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, okay, so we got a duck. That's what I wanted. But weirdly, I don't understand why. Okay, so let's just check if everything else makes sense. So you have a duck there. Where's the other duck? So you have 2 ducks. Yes. Weird. Okay. Can we collide? Let's just check. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'll remove this for now. It doesn't need to be here. This is kind of to test something else I didn't need to use. Next is... What I want to do is... Yeah, let me just... because it does feel extra hot today. I always feel like the second day of a heat wave is always worse than the first. Yeah. Yeah, so it's going to get to above 30s in this heat wave. It's got even hotter than it said it was going to be. All right. Obviously, I'm going to ignore it. I was just kind of curious about the actual heat where I live. I live near Liverpool. Probably give away by my accent. If you don't know where that is, that's like if you take Scotland, the bottom of Scotland, and then go halfway down. That's like roughly where I am. Anyway, so let's turn on the lighting again, because that's just nice to have. So I'm just going to disable this. This is just to have here if I do not have lighting. If I don't want lighting anyway. So let's turn this on. Yeah, Google says 28, but it's, on Thursday it's going to get hotter. Yeah, there we go. And I can collide without crashing. Cool. Now, obviously, we want to check. We want to do something when that happens now. Okay, so what do I want to do? Sorry, I'm trying to think. physics. Yeah, it's one of the annoying parts about, I don't know if this is true for every part of the world, but in the UK at least, it seems to stay warm forever. Like, it gets hot and then it doesn't get cool again. It just stays warm the whole time. I don't know how true that is. I'm not a big traveler, so I've never been to other places, but it never seems to get cool. It's not like it's not like a desert temperature where it's like roasting hot, horrible in the day and then like super cold at night. It just stays hot all the time. But I mean, obviously it gets cooler because the sun's gone, but it doesn't get cool very fast. So when we do get a heat wave, it kind of just sticks around all day, all night, for the most part at least. But that might be just true for everywhere. It is afternoon. It'll be high, yes, it'll be high until like 5 o'clock. Right, okay, so let's keep debugging this. So what I want to do is move all my entity code to... Hi, Dimitri, how you doing, dude? Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks for asking. Yeah. At 7 it'll be 25 degrees, yeah, which is... Yeah, getting close to going to sleep time, and it's still very, very hot. No, well, I'll live. I'm not made of sherbet and fairy dust or something, you know. I've been through heat waves before. Alright, okay. I'm just a bit of a moaner. Yeah, how are you doing, Dimitri, by the way? I don't think I asked. Hope you're going through stuff. We are just deleting stuff from the scene based on a collision detection. But we're faking deleting. We're not actually deleting for real. Anyway. We're just moving them out to... moving them to a crazy place. Right, so I'm going to throw this in here and just see how we are going to do this. So, we don't have access to this function. Between 1 and 7 AM, it'll be 18 degrees. That's still hot, but yeah, 18's... Oh, is that you're looking at my temperature? Oh, that's okay, but still it's kind of sweaty. I'm testing KDE Fedora. KDE Neo turned on. Turned out to be pure torture. I see, fair enough. Hopefully you get a nice Linux environment for you. I think I've used... what have I used KDE wise? I can't remember. I've used a couple of KDEs. I've enjoyed most of them. It's been a while since I've thought about Linux. Right, okay, so obviously we just can't throw this in. We have the entity type here. We don't really have access to... Okay, so the first thing I'm just going to try is... Let's deactivate something, right? I don't think I can do this yet, but I want to see how the physics engine responds to us deactivating things based on the model. So if I crash into something, what I want to try is, based on this entity cast body type, right? No. How do you handle that, sir? Do you freak out? Do you go nuts? So what I'm assuming is going to happen here is we're going to collide into it, and then immediately we're going to be able to fly through it. So let's go through. Yes, okay, got you, Kalia. My hotspot profiler hasn't worked for 6 months now, and they won't fix it. Now my AMD driver constantly crashes. Oof. And my laptop freezes, requiring me to reboot and remove adapters. Oh my goodness. It froze 20 times a day. Wow. You have to suffer. Oof. I wish you didn't have to. Okay, so that... Oh, I see. Okay, so... do we have access to the body interface here? So what I'm going to try then is just moving this above. I think eventually I'm going to move these all into their own file, because it's getting a bit ridiculous, honestly. Yeah, I don't think we use this, so I might get rid of this. Or do I? Oh, no, I do, actually. Okay, so, yeah, I think the first thing I'm going to do, actually, is just kind of make... I'm not a big fan of just throwing things needlessly into their own file, but this has got, like, a bit out of hand where, like, we've got thousands. I'm exaggerating there. We've got a lot of objects here that are kind of, like, starting to become an issue. Okay, at the very least, what I want to do is put this thing in its own file. But I'll wait on that. Do I know Russian? No. But Dimitri has like an auto translator that's converting Dimitri's Russian into English for me. I hope that's doing that for you guys, but if not, it's more important that I can read English. It's fine, by the way. I think me and Dimitri have talked about this on stream. Yes, so I can see what he's saying, and I'll read stuff outside. So the oh, you know Russian, I see. Well done. The engineer from the factory told me to test it, and if it doesn't work on Fedora, they'll send me a new motherboard. Oh, that's good. At least you got some nice response. It's my second one already. Oh dear. I didn't want to install Fedora before because it's like replacing ABT with DNF. I see. Okay. And I don't even know. I don't even know why I need it. But so far as I see. I'm compiling 99 library versions. And why? Okay, that's crazy. You're going to learn. Nice. Yeah, it's always good to learn a second language. I will always get behind that. Okay, so do you know what this is now, sir? Let's see if it's just the order of classes. Error on. Okay, so there's no temp allocator is. Oh, okay. So this is a. This is so annoying. Let's think. It's not like bad or anything. It's just like it's because it's designed the way it's designed. I have to code in a very specific way. So physics needs to be at the bottom, but I also need to interact with the body interface, which is public. And it's important that I interact it through the physics thing because otherwise, let's go to my initialization code, which is actually don't know where it is. Actually, we do have a constructor here, init physics, right? So yeah, body interface, right? We get the body interface. This needs to have happened before we access body interface. My mother language is Azerbaijanian, and the second is Turkish, third is Russian, and fourth is English. Wow, dude, that's really impressive set of languages. Unfortunately, my mother tongue is just English, boringly. I did try and learn Japanese for many years, but I was pretty unsuccessful. But anyway, it is what it is. Okay, so I need to be careful here. I need to be able to pull out code that I need to pull out. Oh my goodness, it is roasting me alive today. Thanks. English is an excellent language. Yes, it's very useful to be a native English speaker for sure. It does give you an advantage. Okay, so init. Let's just see. I need to. How do I disable something then through the body interface in the contact listener? If the contact listener is a function that gets ran automatically right? So if I collide with something, I want to, and I remove it from the scene, right? I want to be able to say, okay, also, don't take part in the physics simulation because you're going to slow it all down, because there's going to be an object at the max distance of far away that's not going to be used for anything until we reuse it and reactivate it. Yes, and oh yeah, that's a good point. I never thought that. Yeah, a lot of books are just written in English and nothing else. I can't imagine Azerbaijanian has yeah, it's I'm glad you can read English and read all the language you need to, dude. It's really cool. Yeah, I don't know how hard it is to get a book in like Azerbaijanian for like programming. Like like I assume C++ books are in that, but like learning how to code your game engines and stuff seem like more niche books are probably harder to get in languages like that. Yeah, let's see here. Right, okay, so the first thing I don't want to do is this. Right, so I can get rid of this, which is nice. I can get rid of that. Next is to figure out how on earth do you deal with things in this case. So we just have bodies here. How do I get to the body interface? Ah, B2. Well done. Yeah, B2 is actually yeah, pretty competent. I think B2 is all you need, right? B2 is the you obviously have C2 and C1, but generally speaking, I think to get by, B2 is enough, from what I've heard. Yeah, congratulations on that. You're close to C1. Wow, that's good. That's really good. Almost. You'll get there. Your English, anyway, when you talk to me is very clear. I know pretty much all the time what you're saying. Anyway, let's dig into this a bit. Okay, so the physics. So we've got the temp allocator. Do we need the physics thing in here? Okay, let's think about this a bit. So you have an explicit, for some reason, so there's no implicit conversion. We have the physics system. The thing is I don't quite understand is how do you access the where is it? What I'm looking for? Where's my contact listener? Oh, there it is. How do I access? No, body interface. Outside of. So I just need to architect this a little differently, I think. I can't just stick everything in here. So we need to think about kind of like English tests mostly want from stakeholders speak clearly and advanced vocabulary will not be. I see, interesting. Well, not all tests are the best, I guess. But you know, C1's still very impressive. If you B2 is very good at. Good. It seems like as far as I know, B2 is more than enough, and then C1 is like Like, you could work in any field without any issue at all. The only thing that will give you away is your accent. Something like that anyway. That's what I've heard of, like, C2s. Like you wouldn't ever get tripped up. Yeah, you sucked at grammar before, yeah. It's I suck at grammar, so you know. English people also struggle with that kind of stuff. Right, so if I update the physics engine, let's think. What I'm looking at here is, all right. So I might end up sketching this up on a separate project just to figure this out, because I need to be able to access the body. What I could do is just literally have the body in a different class so it's accessible by both. Ugh. This is the problem with using inheritance and stuff like that. We've basically got a circular include here. Well, I need to include contact listener in physics, but I also need physics to access the body interface. Now I could just pull everything out into its own class, but I think that just leads to the same problem again, where I need the contact listener in one place, the contact listener gets triggered, and that also needs a body interface to do anything with that body. I fixed it using grammar, English grammar. Nice. And books and series. Still have some lacks. Still fixing this. Still lacking, yes. You'll get there, dude. What's the matter with your addictions? Addictions? Do you mean a different word there? It's probably the translator. I think the translator Dimitri failed you there. What I'm trying to do, anyway, for people who are wondering, dependencies. Got you. There we go. They fixed it. It makes sense why it's called. Okay, yeah, I can see what the translator did there. What I'm trying to do is, I need two different. Okay. Yeah, let's really concentrate on this because I feel like I'm getting a bit too distracted. Again, my fault, not anyone's fault. So what I need to do basically is have this happen, right? I need to be able to access the body interface and to deactivate our body on collision detection, so it doesn't participate in the what is it called, the physics engine anymore, the physics simulation anymore. If I don't do this, we'll be having a lot of collision detection, like the acceleration structure, the binary, what is it? Bounding volume hierarchy that is used by Jolt is going to try and contain objects that are too far away. So it's going to really make the bounding volume hierarchy really inefficient. Would that work? Yeah, let's do that. I think I'm going to try what you just said then. If I could forward declare, that might actually save the issue. Yeah. Okay. It's because everything's in one file at the moment. It's kind of annoying. So this is contact listener. So I'm going to make a contact listener file. Yeah, if we can forward declare the physics, then yes. Put this in its own. Yes. Okay. So let's try that. Yeah. Yes, that's actually a really good idea. So contact listener. Contact listener dot pp. List, not lister. Listener. That was my Windows noise, not you. I'm going to do it again. So be prepared for another Windows sound effect. That's not your Windows computer. It's going to happen in 3, 2, 1. There you go. So that's me again. This needs to be deleted. I never used it, but well, actually, I might use it in the future. Right. Okay. So let's add that to our engine. Translator is awful. One time, a French woman translated my Turkish word to French, and the translator threatened her. Oh, that sucks. I apologize. I don't know why I did that. I understand when people use a translator that sometimes it goes wrong. So, oops. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Okay, so it's all up here. Do you have features to split definitions and declarations automatically? I've recently discovered you can forward declare not only a pointer but return a value. Huh. Right, okay, interesting. Right, for now we'll just do regular forward declaring. I don't know about the returning of value. I don't know how that would work. When you forward declare something. Oh man, she was scared of me. I felt bad. Yeah, I can imagine. So contact listener. Oh well, you know, these things happen. Yeah, it makes sense. Well, if anything, I'm here for now. Explain. If you're catching me not understanding something, yeah, feel free to explain it. And that goes to anyone in chat. If you're having fun doing it though, I feel you don't have to do anything. No one has to talk. If you're here, you can just chill. You know, do whatever you want. Whatever you guys want to do. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. And we should have... pull the feature from my CMake. Right, let me type this out and I'll read that. Dimitri. Contact listener. Header. Alright. What I'm going to do is throw in this fella, which is the problem child. Let's get it out of here. I hate calling it my contact listener as well. What I might do is just say, get rid of this. This is just a, I don't know, void contact listener. I don't know. Not that it matters. I'll move this all out of the header as well, as like Dimitri said, because that is going to be useful. Okay, so I'm going to throw this in here. Yes. So now we need to get rid of all the code in the header. So yes, it's going to have a ton of errors in until I put the headers in. So give me a moment. I don't think we need this queue yet, so I'm probably going to comment it out. Might delete it later. Oh dear. Pressed insert. Right, okay, so At the very least, we need the contact listener stuff. Did I delete the contact listener? Good. Okay. So, there's no way. Pull a feature from a CMake to make all files CPP and put them into the target whenever it's convenient. There's no need to list headers, by the way. Oh, you're using the Unity build paradigm, right? Where just everything's a CPP file and you just include it when you need it. Yeah, I haven't. When I say Unity, by the way, it's not the Unity game engine. For the people that don't know. Oh, you don't think? Oh, you don't think that's it? Hmm. I don't mean that. There's a build system paradigm that you can use where you basically include. Let me just see if it's a. Yeah, bear with me for a moment. Where's the Handmade Heroes like core? Yeah, this is what I'm after. Yeah, so this is Casey Moratori's idea. So you see he doesn't actually include headers. He has all the CPP files just copied in. And this is his main, I think. So he's a very, very, very good programmer. And I think Dimitri's doing the same thing. Where he's doing this idea. This is the Unity method of building things. It's not like it's nothing to do with the game engine that's called Unity. It just helps with compilation time because I think it reduces linking because it doesn't have to do that separate step of combining. I don't know what it does. I can't remember. It's a while ago since I've looked at the source code, but yeah, that's Casey's method of coding C++. In CMake, you can simply compile just using regular expressions instead of listing. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay, right. I'm fine with my rubbish, my inferior CMake when it comes to listing files. There is things I need to look at your CMake, Dimitri, that you sent me yesterday. I hadn't actually added the compilation thing, which I completely forgot about, honestly. Apologies on that one. Oops, I hadn't been timing myself. So yeah, let's keep up this. Let's keep going. So before we do anything else, before we worry about like how I'm building things, let's get this compiling again. Because I think I need to just worry about that. So contact listener, where's that? Jobs, temp, factory, contact, shapes. I actually have no idea. Where's my contact listener? Actually, let's look at the documentation. Hello, Mabdur. Yeah, so I will work on getting everything working with maybe work on my CMake after, but this is more important at the moment. But yeah, thank you for letting me know about these things, by the way, Dimitri. I do have some scripts to run my code, but they're pretty primitive, but that's by design. Anyway, okay, Jolt documentation, contact listener. So listener. Okay, so where are you found though? Yes, contact listener. Yeah, that's not really useful at all. Yeah, contact. Where is it though? Okay, so it should be in collision physics. Okay, so if I include jolt and contact, collision, blah blah blah, what I just said. So I obviously don't want to include a bunch of stuff, so I'm just going to throw this in here and kind of get rid of this, and then go. All right, jolt. Physics. Collision, And then contact listener should be here. Yes. So hopefully that's everything. Yes. Okay, fantastic. So that should work. So the next thing we need to do is clean up the copied and paste code in here. By the way, I also sent you scripts for profiling. Ah, okay, thank you. I didn't realize. So that one might be useful in the future when I want to... Yeah, I should... Oops. That might be useful so things don't get out of hand. Okay. Okay, so that should get rid of most of the compilation issues apart from the missing stuff. So we need entity, which is include game. Oops, where are we? We're in physics. So game. Okay, so this should it should be game slash scene, right? Yep. And next is player in body type. Oh, it's an incomplete type. Okay. Let's put you here then. No, all the way around. I'm gonna put below. Okay, so jolts slash physics. Is there a body? And body. I don't know. This. Okay, so now we just need player, and the physics is a forward declaration. So here we're going to include physics, hopefully, and we want player as well. So duplicate this. Player is in, I believe, game as well. Right. Okay. Fantastic. I think that means in physics we don't want player or scene. I might be wrong here, but the only reason I think they're there is due to the fact that. So here we've got to be careful. We don't want to end up with a bad thing. The number of includes needs to be minimized. I see. It's almost certain that in any project the preprocessor will be a problem for build time. Interesting. There's no need for optimizing the linking. Makes sense. I saw you have a pointer in your scope. Yes, let me clean up all this, and I'll. It's not quite ready yet to. Okay, so what I'm going to do is void contact listener. I'm going to make this a pointer because I want to avoid having things circularly include on themselves. So struct void contact listener listener. That's not what I spelt. Okay. Okay. That should go away now. That'll be an incomplete type in the CPP file. Where is here? Yeah. Okay. So where is the? So now I want to include. What is happening? Why is this in here twice? Okay, so I will thread cogs and IO. Where's standard IO used? It's not used anywhere. Okay, you can get rid of standard IO. cogs. I don't think. What on earth is that used for? We're using threads for one function call alone. So we have that error still. A lot of these I don't think we need either. I'll dig through that in a minute. Yeah, let's get rid of this for now. This has got two different. I don't think it's that the same anymore. Okay, so I'm gonna throw in my code from contact listener. Listener HPP. Okay, let's get some water. Alright. And as far as I can tell, this needs to be a non-pointer now. So when we actually are doing something with this, set contact listener. Okay, so that's just going to set it up. Okay, fantastic. It looks like it's all good in the hood. Yeah, we don't do any of this, which is kind of concerning. But anyway. Yeah, we don't actually delete that. It's using its own allocator here, so I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that. This is a kind of I don't know why I put the game over music in, but there we are. I'm just going to see what we're missing. Yeah, so just we'll just compile and see what's going wrong. I don't think I've finished, but oh, okay. Interesting. All right, now I need to check if I can do what I want. Oh, I can't because this is just a silly return type. Okay. Okay, made a minor mistake there. Good job I found it. Yeah, they were just sitting there, just not being able to access anything. These would not have been connected. They were just like randomly static functions that would never be ran. So let's just throw a breakpoint in and just see if it actually ever gets hit. Okay, nice. No, okay, so contact listener is not doing anything by the looks of things. And I do have it right here, right? Okay, so they are being used. And if I go into here, we have a pointer forward declared. And go into physics and we set the contact listener. I don't quite know what we're missing here. Okay, what I'm gonna do is go on a little break. So let's pick a video because I need to eat my lunch. It's a bit late. So I'm gonna pick a video and we're gonna watch it. We're not gonna watch Charlie. Something game dev related. We could watch another Simon dev video because that was kind of fun last time. This guy's really cool. Guy, if you've never subscribed or seen his videos, he's like a senior graphics programmer. Yeah, so you know, check him out if you haven't. So what do you think? I'm thinking about. I know I've seen this before, but it's nice to be reminded about small triangle optimization issues and stuff like that. I almost saw everything from his channel. I see. Yeah, it's worth watching. I think if you haven't. So yeah, I'm thinking of putting this on just so I can eat. See, and also going to push to talk. Whoops, a daisy. I'm going to push to talk, so you don't hear me chew. While I let's pause this. That sound good, guys? Let me just adjust the audio. He's quite quiet, this guy, so let me just check. When optimizing
with crazy amounts of stuff, yet running so smoothly that it seems like magic. Behind that buttery smooth performance is more than just powerful hardware. I started as a
Yeah.
graphics engineer almost 20 years ago, and since
Cool.
then, I've always been...
All right. So I think I've got the audio just roughly okay. Right. So let's go with just cinema mode. And I will just grab my lunch real quick and then I'll start the video. Hopefully that's okay for everyone, this video. This is a good video. It's I haven't seen it in a long time. So I'm just going to go BRB and then we'll watch this video while I eat. And hopefully we'll get back to it. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. I will. You can enjoy it with me. It's lunchtime for you guys anyway. So I got my usual chicken salad. You had your lunch, thanks. Good. Yeah, so obviously you don't want to hear clattering cutlery and chewing, so I'll put this on and I'll occasionally comment on things, but maybe not, I don't know. Usually I just want to get through the food as fast as possible so we can get back to coding. But yeah, let me just make space and then we'll get... I was going to ask you what you're eating. Yeah, yeah, nice chicken salad and a Greek yogurt. Nice healthy stuff. By the way, about Unity builds, I've heard that they are called build with LTO. It's a pass-through optimization after linker. Also, I gave you that config. I see. Thank you. I'll pour over your code at some point, Dimitri, and maybe implement some of that stuff. Obviously, in my own words, I won't ever copy your code out without your permission. But yeah, thank you for sharing your project. You know, I won't copy your code out one to one. I'll learn from your code, take notes, and then kind of modify it for my own purposes, effectively. Anyway, so let's get this. I have 2 GPUs. Yes, steal it as is. I've already dropped it. That's fine. AMD supports 1.4. There you go. 100%. There you go. Yeah, 1.4 isn't that crazy nowadays. For most graphics drivers, assuming that people have updated their graphics drivers, which is a big issue, by the way. People are on like ancient graphic drivers versions. So I'm going to run this video and hopefully you guys can hear it. If you can't, just shout out in the chat and I'll adjust the volume based on whatever. Okay, so I'm interested. Let's go. Again, I'll go and push to talk so you don't hear me chew. Alright, cool.
I'm fascinated with optimizations, but one stands out as both incredibly simple, yet the reason why it works is more complex than most people realize. Let's examine one of the most effective optimization techniques available and understand it to the same level of depth that experienced engineers do. Let's start with a little world and we'll add a bunch of stuff to it. This will serve as our kind of testbed to show things off, so we'll keep things reasonably simple. Let's go ahead and add an object to the world here. So we've got our player and this object. The idea is relatively simple. This object will have several versions, each being progressively simpler. So here's the most complex or detailed version of the object, and we can sort of pan the camera down the line looking at these simpler and simpler versions. These will be called levels of detail, or LOD. What we're going to do is, when we place one of these objects in the world, we'll start it nearby for convenience. And the idea is as the object gets further and further away from the camera, we cycle through the different levels of detail for that object. So we're a bit further away, we switch to a lower level of detail. A bit further still, and we can do that again. Switch to an even lower level of detail, that sort of thing. How many levels of detail games use is a bit of a toss-up. Since authoring them takes artist time, you may only have enough budget to build a high and low level of detail, or you may have money to burn, and you can build a half dozen versions of the asset. This brings us to a really awesome optimization that's used quite a bit, called imposters. For many people, this is just another level of detail, or a whole other technique. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Let's take these two objects here in the distance. From this viewpoint, what are the differences between those two? Not a whole lot, but as we move forward, we can see that something is kinda off with one of them. This one looks perfectly normal, but the other one is clearly just a picture that's rotating with us. This is a billboard, or imposter, and from far enough away, you really can't tell the difference. With a little bit of work, these imposters can be really advanced. You can render out normal maps along with the diffuse, you can render them out from multiple viewpoints and blend between them, giving you a highly versatile and incredibly low-cost stand-in for the original asset. This scene here from my previous grass video features something like 50,000 trees of various types, and it's trivially cheap to render due to most of them being imposters. The question now is, why does this technique work so well? The intuitive answer is that these models have fewer vertices, and so then it sort of makes sense that having fewer vertices equals doing less work on the GPU. But, pressed for more information than that, this is kind of where the explanation stops for many people. This answer isn't wrong, per se, but at the same time, there's so much more going on here. If you were to go and buy a state-of-the-art GPU, they list their performance these days in teraflops. That's an absurd amount of computing power. So why does just reducing the number of vertices in the scene make such an outsized difference? There's more to the story. Back in the 90s, GPUs had what was called a fixed function pipeline, which meant that the various stages of the GPU were set in stone. The hardware had different units allocated to different tasks. What this meant practically was that resources weren't shared. It was more like an assembly line with things going in one end, going through a series of fixed steps, and then coming out fully processed on the other end. All this changed in around 2004 when AMD, or ATI at the time, for those of us who have been doing this for a long time now, developed the Xenos GPU for the Xbox 360. This would be one of the earliest designs that unified the shader architecture, meaning that the shader processing units of the GPU were shared between vertex and pixel shading duties. NVIDIA followed not too long after. I think it was around 2006 with the Tesla generation of GPUs, their first unified shader architecture. What this means is that the GPU can now perform sort of load balancing between the different types of processing. The GPU is free to dynamically allocate resources between, say, vertex and pixel processing, leading to more efficient GPU utilization. Whereas before, with the fixed function pipeline, it couldn't. So with that in mind, my uber-powerful fancy new GPU realistically shouldn't be bothered too much by the introduction of even a few million extra vertices, because doing one full-screen pass would be a few million pixels, but wouldn't even make a small dent in performance. If vertices and pixels are basically shared now on the hardware, there shouldn't be a difference. Let's look at this example. I have this full screen effect going, meaning that I have an expensive fragment shader running on the whole screen, every single pixel. I could be running anything. This could be changing the color, doing various blurs. In reality, there's so many things that modern games do as post-effects that the exact contents of this shader isn't that important. The only important point here is that we're running at 100 FPS. Now, let's work through some numbers together to get a sense of the scale of the work the GPU is currently doing. So this screen that I'm recording is on 1920 by 1080. So 1920 multiplied by 1080 is 2,073,600 pixels in total. Or let's round that to a cool 2 million pixels. And I'm doing a ton of work in the pixel shader. Here in the vertex shader, it's incredibly bare. There's barely any work in here. In fact, the fragment or pixel shader is doing a magnitude of more work than this. But if I do something really dumb, just to illustrate a point, and make a buttload of triangles, in fact one quad per every pixel on the screen, So there's 2 million pixels. That means we've got around 4 million triangles. Despite the awesome power of this GPU, the frame rate drops catastrophically. It absolutely just grinds to a crawl. So why is it that the raw power of our GPU doesn't translate to handling these 4 million triangles effortlessly? Something else is going on here. Let's unravel this further. If we're looking at a single quad, that's composed of 2 triangles, which are themselves composed of 4 vertices. It's not a whole lot. If we expand that out to a full screen of quads, we get somewhere in the ballpark of 4 million triangles, and thus roughly 4 million vertices in total. If you think about a screen having 2 million pixels already, and we're able to do many full screen passes, and all of the associated shader computation that comes with it, that number of vertices isn't impressive. We can try out a few different numbers to see how this affects things. We already know that a single quad is pretty quick, but what happens as we increase the number of quads, and thus the number of triangles and vertices? We can start out by just doubling the number of quads used, and we don't see much in the way of difference in performance. If anything is happening, it's pretty minor at best. But as we scale the count up aggressively, as we make the size of the quad smaller, and thus the number of quads needed to fill up the screen increases, effectively increasing the triangle density on the screen, we start to notice a drop-off in performance. Initially, it's nothing crazy, but what we see is that it's not a gradual decline, there's a real drop-off at some point. Between tiles roughly sized 4x4, that's 4 pixels high and 4 pixels wide, and then 2x2, we see this absolutely catastrophic drop-off in performance. It's just bananas how bad this gets. Let's talk a bit about how GPUs work to get a better understanding of why this is failing so badly. There's this really great post by NVIDIA called Life of a Triangle, NVIDIA's Logical Pipeline, that kind of gives you a behind-the-scenes look at what happens between that API call and when things finally appear on the screen. AMD also has a really great talk entitled All the Pipelines, Journey Through the GPU, which has a nice overview of the different stages that basically happen between you attempting to draw something and pixels appearing on the screen. We'll loosely follow along with NVIDIA's, but I'll provide you with a link to the AMD one in the description. So if we imagine things starting out in our own code, we'll initiate the whole thing with some sort of draw call. In WebGL, this might look something like gl.drawElements. Vulkan might be something like vk command draw indexed, etc. I mean, these specific commands aren't important. What happens now is that the driver goes ahead and validates whatever you sent, making sure the data even makes sense before prepping it into a GPU-friendly format. That makes its way over to the GPU, which does some processing. Let's just kind of skim this. The important takeaway here is that it creates batches of triangles to work on, and these are sent to these parts of the GPU that NVIDIA calls GPCs, or Graphics Processing Clusters. Let's not wander too far off into the weeds here, but let's just mentally go with the idea of GPCs as being capable of handling a portion of the graphics rendering independently from others. So obviously then, the more you have of these, the better, because that means your GPU can theoretically do more work simultaneously. The important part at this stage is that these will grab the vertex data for the triangles and begin scheduling work for each vertex. It'll do the vertex processing at this point, and the NVIDIA doc goes over various tricks and optimizations they use, which aren't super important for the sake of simplicity. In the AMD talk, they specifically refer to this as the primitive assembler, or PA stage, whose job is to put together a triangle and then forward that onto the rasterization stage. This is a bit like a step in an assembly line that takes a bunch of pieces, the individual vertices, and builds your primitives for you, usually triangles. The next stage basically involves figuring out who's going to be doing the fragment shader work. So at a coarse level, they're kind of testing the triangle against quads on the screen and divvying up the work. You can see on NVIDIA's, depending on the screen rectangles, they're handing off the work to different GPCs, and AMD has a similar note about doing some scan conversion to test triangle overlap. The end result is a bunch of fragment or pixel shader work is getting queued up. So what it does here is it gets these 2x2 quads of pixels, that's 4 pixels per quad, and queues those up together. You can see both NVIDIA and AMD both reference this, and the simple reason is that at that size, they can do some efficient calculations. Stuff like texture gradients for bitmapping, well, a 2x2 quad has just enough information to do that, while not being more complex to implement from a hardware point of view. So pretty much everyone will do this. At this point, there's a bit more work to do depth testing, blending, various other operations before finally getting output, but that's how pixels are born. One obvious question that falls out of this is, if 2x2 quads of pixels are the smallest possible unit the GPU works with, what happens if I draw a triangle smaller than that? Good question, and this is where you're realizing that GPUs are basically built with, you could say, that it's an assumption about what you're going to draw. And that's pretty reasonable. Hardware engineers are looking for ways to maximize the GPU's potential and then teach you what to do and what not to do. So basically, there's an assumption that there's a given ratio between triangle size and pixels covered. And at some point past this, they'll still support whatever it is you're trying to do, but in a very disapproving way. When you try to draw something smaller, the GPU absolutely can still do it. Well, what happens is that you've got this 2x2 quad, which is kind of like the smallest unit the GPU works with. The triangle inhabits this quad here. What happens to the other three? The answer is that the GPU still does the work, but then it just throws away the result. In fact, it's always doing this. Just most of the time, you don't notice it. In this case, it threw away 75% of the work, but let's imagine that we have a bigger triangle. So let's look at a bigger screen here, and then we've got a triangle that's being rendered. So it's touching a bunch of pixels, right? Except we now know that the GPU works with quads. So it's actually touching a whole bunch of quads, some of which lie right on the edges of the triangle. All of these quads here that lie on the edge of the triangle, they have pixels that lie within the triangle, and some that don't. But the GPU will perform the work for the entire quad each time. There's not much you can do about this. It's a natural consequence of rendering.
And these white dots, by the way, are a sample per pixel. So if we have multi-sample anti-aliasing, we would do, and you have 4 samples per pixel, you would have a grid of 4. Therefore, the GPU would do more work per pixel, but it would cover more of the area between, things happening. I just thought I'd point that out.
Some of this work, the GPU is just going to have to throw away. It'll be wasted. But what you can affect is what kind of triangles you feed to the GPU. Really small triangles are an obvious terrible case. You get really poor quad utilization, throwing away an obscene amount of GPU performance. But we can go a bit further and examine different topologies for a mesh. By topology, I mean the way the vertices are arranged to form the mesh. You can triangulate a mesh in many ways, and it's important to understand that they're not all treated the same by the GPU. Emil Persson, a senior graphics engineer at Epic Games, known extremely well within graphics circles as Hummus, has a great blog which I've referenced in the past. For example, in the last video I talked about occlusion systems, and one point I made was based on a talk he did for Avalanche Games. Anyway, there's a nice article talking about how the topology of a mesh affects the performance. What the article goes into detail is examining how different triangulations of the same mesh result in different performance, while things like the mesh's area, or other things like number of triangles, are kept constant. The findings shouldn't surprise us. As we can see, what the test did was to increase the number of vertices and gauge performance. We can see that the max area approach worked out best, while making ever thinner triangles did poorly, and you already know why. Because you end up with poor quad utilization, and thus the GPU does a lot of work that it has to throw away. As Emil's research showed, the specific way that a mesh is triangulated has a very direct impact on performance, and better triangulation can lead to better quad utilization and thus less wasted work from the GPU. So given that understanding, what happens now if instead of 1 quad per pixel, what happens if we push things further? Let's start upping the number, and we'll go to 4 quads per pixel, or 9 quads per pixel, or even 16 quads per pixel, or whatever. And what you'll see is that the frame rate will start to tank further and further. It's a lot of triangles, but not that many. It's about 2 million to start and grows to 8 million, 18, 32 million. This was an interesting topic of exploration on G-Truc's blog, who was looking at the effect of subpixel triangles on performance. As they noted near the bottom, as you crank the number of vertices up, the frame rate absolutely tanks, even if you're rendering to lower resolution. This post is quite old now, and I don't have access to the exact same setup that was used there, so my numbers don't match exactly, but I am seeing terrible performance, which is realistically all that matters. This goes back to the idea that your GPU is this super powerful monster that can take on anything, and a bunch of triangles, in the grand scheme of things, isn't that much. So then, what's behind this drop in performance? Let's revisit that primitive assembly stage, but this time through the lens of AMD's RDNA architecture, as detailed by their journey through the GPU talk. We touched on that earlier, where we can think of primitive assembly like a step in an assembly line that takes a bunch of pieces, the individual vertices, and builds your primitives for you, usually triangles. So on slide 19, on the RDNA architecture, we can see that various parts of the pipeline have been labeled. And there's this one here, called the primitive assembler, which, as we know, is important for assembling vertices into a triangle. And then it outputs it to the next stage, which is often called rasterization. This is where it gets interesting. So this will obviously...
I think the primitive assembler and the input assembler can be skipped if you do vertex pulling rather than using a vertex buffer. Just something to keep in mind. Because the way you pass the data to the shader is different.
vary from architecture to architecture. I mean, you can go and find the information sometimes. For example, we can look at the RDNA architecture white paper from AMD. This goes into some details on how the Navi class GPUs work. There's a lot of info in here, but we can kind of focus on what we want from here, which is some info about primitive assembly. Specifically, they talk about how they scale the architecture. So as we can see, they have this detailed breakdown of how the Navi class GPUs, like the Radeon RX 5700 XT, which came out in 2019, we can see how they're structured. They consist of what are called shader engines. The Radeon RX 5700 XT has 2 of these, and within a shader engine, they're further divided into shader arrays, which contain, among other things, a primitive unit and a rasterizer. This is analogous to the NVIDIA setup we saw earlier, where they partition their GPUs into what were called GPCs, or graphics processing clusters. So the neat thing is then, you can connect that to this section later in the white paper, where they talk about how the primitive units assemble triangles. Let's just read this directly. The primitive units assemble triangles from vertices and are also responsible for fixed function tessellation. Each primitive unit has been enhanced and supports culling up to 2 primitives per clock, twice as fast as the prior generation. 1 primitive per clock is output to the rasterizer. So each primitive unit can output 1 primitive per clock. So while the GPU may be exceedingly powerful in some respects, for example pixel processing, it's still bound by the rate the primitive assembler can pass things off to the rasterization stage. So that's neat.
Which is why you would use vertex pulling over using a vertex buffer. Because the way you pull data to the GPU is very different.
Because it lets you know more specifically what the upper limit is for a given architecture, on how fast these things can just feed triangles to the rasterization stage. This is going to vary wildly from GPU to GPU, architecture to architecture. Maybe a good idea if you're working on a console and have some hard numbers to work against, but personally I think it's just best to get the broad strokes idea. By throwing more and more vertices, even if they're not visible, you're forcing them through primitive assembly, which may kind of bottleneck things depending on the card you're using. Slightly older cards especially couldn't.
Poor quad utilization is still an issue though if you use vertex pulling, regardless of the method how you get the triangles to the GPU.
Output that many primitives per clock, and so you'll end up starving later stages, since this is a bit like an assembly line. As G-Truc points out on their blog, let's say that you're dumping out a zillion small triangles, you're not making the most of the rasterization stage that follows it. In fact, a ton of performance is getting flushed down the toilet. So now we have all the tools and foundation to go back to this simple optimization that we introduced at the beginning, but understanding at a much deeper level what's actually happening. Whatever your preconceptions of why level of detail worked, now you understand that the GPU really isn't all that good at rendering a bunch of micro triangles, and spends a disproportionate amount of computing power doing it. Computing power that could have been used to make other stuff look more awesome. We also now understand that we are also inundating the GPU with useless small triangles, which beyond all that 2x2 quad stuff, you're forcing this to go through primitive assembly. A few years ago, Unreal unveiled Nanite, a really interesting new technology that I'm sure you've heard of by now. But if you haven't, no worries. Unreal's Nanite is, in essence, a continuous and automatic level of detail system. No need for artists to do this, Unreal handles it automagically.
If you use mesh shading and task shaders, you can do this in hardware. The Nanite solution is using a software rasterizer to rasterize tiny little triangles rather than sending them, that's the core of it, rather than sending them to the GPU because of the poor quad utilization. This is typically more desirable for movies where they have super high triangle count and they want to use a rasterization based approach to rendering their scene, rather than path tracing, because that has its own like issues. So it doesn't process things in the same way. Anyway, but if you do want to have this dynamic level of detail, you can use new shading techniques to do this, and you would typically want to do this through the mesh shader, which I'm not currently using instead of the vertex shader.
We can look at their SIGGRAPH 2021 presentation entitled Nanite, a deep dive. And one interesting thing that pops up is they confirm a lot of what we've talked about here. On this page, about 80 pages in, this is a very long presentation, they talk about some technical decisions they made. We can see here that they mention just how crappy tiny triangles are, and they point out that GPUs are built with parallel pixels in mind, but not triangles, which jives with what we've seen. I mean, they're the Epic team, they've done their homework. As they mention in their slides, a lot of modern GPUs can set up 4 triangles per clock max, so a primitive assembly bottleneck is a very real problem that they set out to solve, or at least work around. So what they did was to write a software rasterizer for micro triangles, and that ended up being considerably faster. We don't have to understand the details of their implementation, but now at least we understand their motivation. If you think you'd like to learn more about game dev from an experienced graphics engineer, I have a variety of courses available, very suitable for beginners. So if you find yourself wanting to get a bit better at game dev and delve a little deeper on some subjects, check them out. Otherwise, if you'd still like to support me and help choose what topic I cover next, you can vote on my Patreon page. Cheers.
There we go. Yeah, give him a sub if you haven't. Simon Dev, type it into YouTube. Very good videos. I'm not sure about the last one. It seems a bit this AI one. I don't know what that's going to be. I'm kind of a bit suspicious of that one. But anyway, yeah, it's good to be reminded of this stuff. It is, it's I think GLTF pack written by Arseny Kapulkin, which is Zeus with an X at the end. I don't know how to say that, on GitHub. It's a piece of software that optimizes, I believe, the triangles in your GLTF models and does something with your textures if you run it on your models, which I haven't actually dealt with because I haven't dealt with the texture part with. But I believe it does do something with your triangles, I think, as well, making things more efficient in the long run. But yeah, I will just clean up. So I'll take a few minutes to do that. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that video, and we'll get back to coding very shortly. Let me just move all my stuff off the table so you guys can so I don't get a bunch of clanging of cutlery and turn into a gross person. Anyway, so yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, everything's cleaned up. And we are... Let me just check one more thing on my laptop. It's dying. Real quick, let me remove this. Yeah, hopefully you enjoyed that video. I've seen it before, so that's why I kind of knew some of the stuff already, but it was a nice reminder about how the hardware actually works. It's been a while since I've watched that video. A couple of years. I think I watched it when it came out. It was like super, like it went relatively viral in the graphics programming world. So yeah, if you might have seen it before, yeah, yourself. I don't know. Let's see, how many views did it have? Did I close it? Yeah, nearly 2. Yeah, 1.7 million. So yeah, it's onward and upward. We need to solve our problems, and in real life, I guess, as well. But coding problems are more important. Anyway, let's go. I did not watch it before. I see. I hope you enjoyed it. It's actually definitely worth taking notes on. It's the reason we have LOD. It's the reason we have imposters. So the reason we do all that is outside of what is it called? Outside of just processing stuff. We just have smaller quads is a big deal. But yeah, let's adjust the music volumes real quick. Let's put this to about 41, which is about right for music. No, that will instantly get me copyright claimed. And we were on Zanakind. Let's pick a what I'm gonna do is, hopefully you guys don't mind, I'm gonna pick this song, but I'm not gonna randomize it. I'm just gonna let it go through. Okay, hopefully that doesn't get hopefully you guys can hear it well. So we are on, what are we doing? My goodness, it has heated up even more. Okay. We have, let's see. We have this, and we collide into something, and I think we have a breakpoint. So, and it doesn't do anything, I don't think. Yeah. Okay. I don't understand why the player... Hang on. Is this... This should be the player, right? I have a few chapters to read in C++. Hell yeah, bro. It looks like you're getting near the end, and that's a big book, that. Yeah, that will be, honestly, you'll thank yourself in the future, many years in the future, if you continue to pursue graphics programming and game engine development, like you seem to want to, Kalia. By the fact that you actually have spent the time to go through C++ pretty thoroughly. Finish classes, I see. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there's a lot to do with classes. Yeah, you should. Yeah, because you've taken your time. You should. You shouldn't get stuck on things that maybe I was getting stuck on even earlier on with just how to architect, circular includes and stuff. So it's. I think yes, I think what you've done is really good. Yeah, so keep it up, dude. And yeah, so what I'm gonna try and do is why are you not doing anything properly? So if I comment this out for a minute, I want to move the duck inside the sphere a bit better. Yeah, so did that make a difference? And if I do this, yeah, it's hard to finish it fast when you're taking notes. Yeah, it'll be worth it, honestly. You'll thank yourself, like I said, in the future. No, it doesn't seem to do anything. So, or did it? Hang on. Right, I'm going to take a screenshot because I feel like I can't tell the difference. If there's anything happened at all. So, right. Strawstruck provides a lot of information, which is useful. Yeah, that's good. So I'm just going to set this up here, and no, I think it's exactly, if I just rotate it as well. Yeah, it's the same, isn't it? Same thing. Alright, so for some reason this isn't applying to this matrix position. Maybe, He shows bad code and good code and design problems. Yeah, it's great stuff. I will say, maybe this is a bit controversial. Some people, I think, again, this is a bit of a hot take. Some design, like bad design decisions that people talk about as being like, oh, you should never do this, are just opinions, and you can do, you can break the rules. Yeah, I had a feeling that was the case. Yeah, because they're using the same buffer, so actually I don't need to update this twice for a given pipeline. Alright, so let's just remove a bunch of code. I don't need this. I don't need this. And that simplifies that a lot. But yeah, I would follow the guidelines 100% until you have experience, and then you can make decisions based on experience, which are always going to be better than following a guideline. But until you get that experience, the guidelines are like the best. And even I should follow guidelines, by the way. I'm not saying like I'm an expert and I don't have to ever follow guidelines ever again. It's just I have flashbacks to like talking to people on the internet where they have these extremely held beliefs where they can't, where they must be correct because they are following the guidelines or some kind of thing that they've decided is the absolute truth when it comes to programming. Like, it's like I'm saying 2 + 2 is equal to 7, and they're like, what are you talking about? It's not. That being said, like I said, architecturally I'm not as strong as I could be. So yeah, there's definitely stuff I need to learn when it comes to that, like good principles and stuff. I'm definitely not above it. I'm kind of curious now. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Yes, that's what I don't want. I don't need this. Or do I? No. What am I trying? I'm trying to access the create. I think I've deleted it actually. Let's see. Yeah. Because the collision geometry is always going to follow the model data, so I don't need to upload it twice. I think that's what's happened there. Even if it's in 2 different shaders, that's just a buffer on the GPU. We can just access the buffer, assuming that it's accessible and stuff like that. 2 + 2 is 49. Duh. Yeah. What do you mean? I'm gonna write four or 5 paragraphs on why you're wrong, and post it on Reddit. Ha ha ha. Anyway, so right. So what I'm curious about is, do I need to upload the uniform data as well? I'm starting to think I don't need to do this either. I think I need to write the this pair pipeline. Global. What is this used for? Global model. I'm not entirely sure. So what I'm going to try and do is try and get rid of this. Anyway, you should only follow the Ratchet guidelines. That's it. Yeah, that's. You hear that, chat? Everyone needs to follow the. They'll be coming out soon, and they'll be etched into stone like the Ten Commandments. In C++, it is possible indeed. Yes. Let's just see how this breaks or doesn't break or what. Okay, so yeah, I had a feeling. We don't need this for the debug geometry because it's just a buffer sitting on the GPU. I don't need to upload it again. Okay. Now that's going to speed up GPU performance. Well, I don't know actually. But we're doing less. We're not uploading a bunch of data that we didn't need to upload. So that's got to be faster. I don't exactly know how much faster, but let's just check our skybox. Most people left using C++. In a team project, it's better for everyone to follow the same guidelines. Oh yeah, without doubt. That is true. So skybox data, yes, that's true. It needs to be uploaded every single thingy. And we have a descriptor set. And we draw. We don't even use an index. A index draw call. We don't even have an index buffer. Uniform. This, I believe, might not be necessary. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I'm slowly removing stuff, but you can do whatever solo, 100%. So this might break the skybox. No, it's the same. So I'm going to compile this and release just to make sure this is good, because you might have some like stack frame stuff here. Yeah, so we don't need to upload stuff that we never use more than once. Only if we change it for our specific use case. As far as I can tell, that's what we need there. Okay, I've got some color in there, I don't know why. Anyway. So I'm just going to do release, just to make sure this makes sense. Because the stack frames are going to be extremely tight. They did not learn C++ the right way. Had a lot of obscure areas, got overwhelmed, then left. Oh, I see, when you're working on a project with someone else. Yeah, like for example, I have tons of warnings I don't really care about. Like maybe I should fix them. And but I really don't care. Like in some office environments, that would be like, no, you cannot commit to master without getting rid of every warning. On W, on W wall, on wall with all errors are all warnings are errors, kind of thing. All right, I think we're good. Okay, so we've got some buffers here that we need to delete properly. On close, I don't think I was closing the game properly. Oh, they use a bad compiler with bad, yes, error messages. You should probably fix warnings. Yes, yes. I'm not saying not facing warnings. Yes, I should mention that. It's good to fix warnings, by the way. Okay, so what are we missing here? We have 144 bytes still. Interesting. I think I've allocated something I don't need to allocate then. Yeah. You'd hate my crazy warning flags. I remember one guy could not solve his error. Quit C++ and started Rust. Okay, that's how most Rust programmers start, eh? No, I don't know why that happens. Right. Okay. So So when I remove stuff, what did I do? Yes, this one. What did I do? I got rid of the... Is there any extra data here that I have? Okay, so this might not be from here, but I've got to be careful. Yeah. But they catch so many potential issues. So they're worth... Oh, 100%. Like, shadowing. Like, oh my goodness. There are some, like, important issues. A lot of the conversion... A lot of the issues I have are like... Oh, what... Unreachable code. Code is not used. And conversion between integers. So, like, oh, you're converting between a 16-bit number and a 32-bit number. Which potentially could cause issues, but it's not going to cause an issue. The number's way smaller than even it's way smaller than the 16-bit. 65,535 number. But yeah, this is we have 8 bytes. Hang on. I wonder if it was the collision. Let me just check. Yeah, truncation can cause issues, without doubt. But for me, it's not an issue. Okay, no. I hate this stupid thing. It's a AI bots infected. I wonder what it would say about this. It would absolutely have no clue what it's how to fix this. I think the AI bot, it would be like, what the hell is this? Because it's so not normal. What I'm trying to do here. No, not typical. Right, okay, so what I'm going to do is just... Did this already exist? So I'm going to... the kind of platform dependency better to have explicit cast, in my opinion. Yeah. So it's just some data stuff that I just don't really mind being... no. Okay, so what I'm going to do, outside of the file created, the new file, no, I can't get stash. What I'm going to... Okay, so I'm going to go into main and just see if if I've deleted some clearing up code when it comes to a buffer, right? So just bear with me. Okay, so... No, okay, and how many? 44. Okay, so it's nothing to do with what I just did, thank goodness. So, Control Y, because that's going to be a performance win. If I have debug geometry on. No, debug geometry is a lot lighter. So, I'm trying to track down 144 bytes. And what I'm going to do is... I've got to be careful here. I can't just randomly shut down stuff. Where would that... What is that? That's like an odd size. Let me just look through my allocations. It's not Vulkan related, by the way. It's just some arbitrary piece of data. So I can't just say like what is the name of this resource. It's not what I know for sure. It's not a... I think it's an array. I think I might have allocated an array by accident. For narrowing... Ah, okay. What's that? Narrow. I don't think I know that one. Let's see. Yes, but what is the... For some reason, Google didn't come up with anything. So, okay, so static cast. Oh, I see. So you're just saying that static cast is narrow. I thought narrow was a new keyword that I didn't know. Right, okay, cool. Yes. So dynamic cast, that's a stand-in for dynamic cast, static cast, or reinterpreted cast. Anyway, these notations give errors. Brackets and brackets equals. For casting. What do they give errors about? Sorry, I didn't quite follow that. Anyway, so while you're answering that, I'll what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to figure out what these things are. We have a couple of things. We've removed a couple of things. So this definitely needs to be tested on Linux soon, especially because I've removed some stuff. It's important. Okay, so when did this stop working? Right, so I think I'm going to be a bit more aggressive in git stash and just see where we're up to. It's not ideal, but I think I'm going to just have to figure it out that way. These give errors. Oh, I see. Okay. For truncation, when you call the default constructor on a class/struct, you can end up with a truncation error. Is that what you're saying? Git status. Working on saving a scene file. It would be like no code if I had C++26. Oh, because of reflection. Why didn't you have C++26? Are you on MSVC like me, or I thought you were on Clang? I thought you could avoid it. My JSON library has 26 support, so it serializes any structs. Wow, cool. All right. See what we're missing when we compile, or what's wrong, or something like that, right? Clang stable doesn't have 26 yet. I see. Okay, fair enough. Well, I can't say much about Clang. When Visual Studio is what's the most advanced one? Let's have a look. So if I just open up my main properties folder with MSVC, we have I'm on 20, and I could go to. Are you for real? Oh, it's a preview of 23. Oh, very nice, very modern. That's crazy, bro. Leopard, how far behind is it? Anyway, like int. Okay, so they give errors. Okay, when you're assigning them. I understand now. I didn't understand what we were doing there. Thank you, Kalia. So yes, when you're doing, so there's no implicit. So there's no implicit conversion when you do that. I see. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so it's something in this commit. That's good to know. So it's something within scene. Okay, so I'm gonna git stash apply. Okay, that's good to know because I was hoping that we were going to get. Okay. Git stash apple. We should all use Visual C++6. Actually, yeah, it's faster. Instead of using narrow if necessary. Yeah, it's a good one. I might incorporate that actually. What you said there, Kalia. I know it's a slightly. I think it might be newer C++, but I don't really mind at all. Okay, so we've got to figure out now what the heck has changed. that's caused this to happen. So it's not anything in here, as we... Actually, maybe... Let's see, let's go through bit by bit. Okay, so we have this buffer thing. I don't think... Oh, hang on, I think I might know what it is. If it's 128 bytes, let's 124 bytes, and I look at the size of this struct. 128, I was hoping it would be that, to be honest. But yeah, let's go to scene. I think, or scene. There's something else I've done like this. I remember doing this. Like, alright, let's make sure this works. And get out C++. Yeah, you are. I'm pretty sure these are C++ 11. Yeah, it's new. C++ 11 is like brand new. That came out, you know, what? Last week? Yeah, okay, that's what it was. Reload. Now, yeah, I know what you mean. It is ancient. But it isn't, what I'm saying, it wasn't originally in C++. You couldn't do that originally. Rather than joking about that's what I meant. It's like, it's a new thing, a newer thing in the grand scheme of the whole language existing. Whereas, like, assignment of a variable was obviously there since day one. Okay, so let's crack that. Okay, so now we've cleaned up our player on destruction. Let's collide with an object and see how we do. Okay, yeah, so this is the problem at the moment. We are not getting in this function at all. And I don't know why, because we are registering that with the physics engine. What I might do is just throw a breakpoint in every single one, just in case it's decided not to call this anymore. F equals, oh, look at this. Ah, modern. So I just, I'm just doing this for, just to see, just to have something to break on. My program would only compile in GCC 3. Oh. Based. Alright, so let's crash. What I mean crash is like collide into something. Nope, none of this is working, and none of them are doing anything. Well, sorry, the listeners aren't listening. Okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, I am hot. I think it's peak temperature right now. Let's look at the weather. Yeah, so it should be cooling down, but one benefit of living relatively near the coast is that we never get the heat waves as bad as the rest of the country. But you never get as cold as well, so you never really see snow. Yeah, I'm just looking at the weather. Oof. Rough. It is currently 27 degrees. 28 degrees. Yeah, it's dropping. It's going to drop by 1 degree every hour now. It looks like until it gives up at 17 degrees. Yeah, so 27, 20. Oh no, I've got 26. So more or less every hour. On average, at least, it looks like every hour. Oof, rough. Hopefully everyone else isn't suffering as bad with the heat. Hopefully you at least have air conditioning. Anyway, let's continue. Let's... Tasmania is cold. Tokyo Spliff keeps heating his house. Oh, okay. That's interesting. It's like, yeah, because it's this time of year it would be the opposite, right? In Australia. 7 degrees. Whoa, bruh. especially in that you know, house he built himself. All right, so let's try and get back into this. So for some reason the contact listener is not doing anything, and this is here. It's definitely inherited, and if I go to the CPP file, I don't know why we have this really. It's fine. July is the coldest month in Tasmania. Dang. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I need to be super rich. Go to Australia when it's cold and then come back again when it's cold here. What are you reworking? I'm reworking how I handle entities. So I'm not deleting them from the scene anymore. I'm just removing them visually from the scene and just reusing that data with something else when it's appropriate. Meaning that the buffer doesn't have to be resized or re-deleted or anything like that. But downside of that is I need to be able to communicate with the physics engine. The physics engine needs to communicate with the contact listener, and the contact listener currently is not communicating with the physics listener, despite it being set. So I'm kind of curious, like what happens if you do this? I don't know. Yeah, oh, you're like me then. I don't like that. The weather's too hot. So let's crash into something. Oh no, we're about to crash. Okay, so it literally just does nothing. So the collision detection still seems to happen. Let's just check my... So for the contact listeners, I think I need to be careful with what... with the object filtering layers and all that kind of stuff. So let's go to... So, non-moving, yeah. So if the character collides with anything, that should collide. The only thing I've done, literally, is just move a... Alright, let's move it back out. I'm just going to see, like, is it really this the issue? So I'm going to call it... So all I did is literally move into a different file. And it's now not working. So... needs to be S, not physic. Anyway. So I'm going to throw this in here. Actually, I'm just going to get the CPP version. Oh my goodness, stop being annoying. Save, thank you. Oh, I didn't get everything I needed. So, that was my bad. Kind of messed up there. So I'm going to throw this back in the header file. And we also need, obviously, the implementations. So these are just going to come out of here so I don't get them triggered twice. The only thing I really care about is this. Because that's the only one that matters, really. So if I throw this in here, the rest can be blank, basically. And I'm just going to comment out the circular include. Okay, so what I literally don't care about any of the code working, as long as it gets triggered and we get the contact listener listening. The rest, I think I might need to implement with just an empty brackets kind of thing. And then I'm going to see, does this work? Because this worked before with everything just here. You still don't have components, no. I don't have components floating around. I have entities that have indices into other arrays. I think I've said that before. But no, nothing else. So here we have a... The contact listener is here, just as before, but it's not a... It was a pointer before, that's the other thing I might need to worry about. Sorry, it wasn't a pointer before. Now it is. You know what it might be? Redefinition. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I need to get rid of the include. Oh no, I didn't. Where's it redefined? Oh, is it just redefined because it can find it itself? I see. Okay. Okay. So what I'm gonna actually do is I'm gonna remove this. Add the class. Oh, it's just class, obviously. Class. Now it's a pointer, right? So it doesn't have anything allocated to it. Ugh. This is so to avoid circular includes. I'm gonna try and avoid. I'm gonna be lazy here and just see. Can you construct yourself? I think that's what's happened, right? I think because it is a pointer, it's okay, so let's throw in everything back in here, and we might get an issue. Okay, so hopefully everything's commented out that's going to cause that to happen. Right, so I don't really care what ends up happening. No, okay, so contact listener. Oh, yeah, it needs to be included. Because now it's not a pointer, it's a complete type. And this is just going to go back to the same situation as before. But I want to see if it works. Was that really not used? Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go to that. Not all control paths. That's fine. Little void error otherwise. C local variable is initialized but not referred to. Scene radius, scene radius. What are you talking about? $101. Why isn't it going to that? Thank you. Oh, I got rid of it. No, I wanted to. Okay. Time t. Gives a version of time t to an unsigned int. Whatever. Double to floats. And again that as well. Right there, just let test things. Yeah, I'll put breakpoints back here because I should delete them if I'm not going to use them. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, now it at least works, but I think we get the same issues we had before. Let me yeah, it makes sense. We just had a pointer to nothing, so it'd just be a void pointer. So then nothing works. The physics engine actually handled that really well, despite my shenanigans. So now I want to see, how does that work? Can you work out what to do, despite being constructed in the same object that we're calling? Okay, whatever. Let's get rid of these. And what I'm going to do here is just throw that there. Nice. Does it work? does it go crazy. Cool. So if I rerun that without the breakpoint in, I think what ends up going to happen is we're going to collide into the rock and it's going to disappear completely. Nope. It's... what is it going to... what is it doing? I can't move. The whole game engine's froze. I think we got a deadlock. Yeah, we got a deadlock right there. Right. I'm tempted to leave that for a minute. Worry about deactivation later. We can always do that after the fact. I think there's two ways. What I'm going to try and do now is just do this this bit, which just takes some data, and in the positional data that gets updated, we just set the max position of a particular index to whatever that, whatever the maximum thing is, and we'll just use its the entity index itself to refer to it, and we'll set it to is deleted is true. And what we're going to do here, I think there's two ways of solving this problem. We could have a second array that stores the index, and if that is not empty, then we just kind of go through that array, and we then modify the buffer. I think that's the best way of doing it. The reason I think that's good. Okay. The downside is it's all inside. I have to do so many layers of indirection here to get to that data. All right. So it's going to be a bit scuffed, but let's roll with it. My whole engine is scuffed in one way or another. But I want to try it, rather than, because the problem is this function, I don't have any control into this function. This just gets triggered at some random point by some random thread. So I can't like pass my own data in or do anything like that. The other solution I was thinking in my head was, let me just start that again. Is to make scene, which is this that has all the entity data in, right? I was tempted to make this kind of global, so it can be accessed at some random. It can be accessed anywhere, and then we can just access the data right whenever we need it. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. So basically, I want to make it into a singleton where there's only one scene, right? Or there's a way of building an array of indexes that we need to delete, which is basically a way of making it a singleton anyway. Feel free to yell at me. Basically, what I've said out loud is convinced me that this guy here, with all the data in and all that kind of stuff, I want to make this into a singleton, so I can access these data structures at any point, anywhere in the engine. Now, I don't know. Maybe that's a terrible idea. The upsides I see is that all it is. It's going to give me extra typing, with the ability to access these arrays, and I need to be able to access them in here, which, like I said, is just a random. Just happens at random time. And do something with them, assuming that it's thread safe. This may not be a good idea, because we're editing something in a buffer that's going to be accessed on the GPU, but that's written at a set time. We are still writing to the data here at a random point in time, so it's possible that we end up. I'm trying to think. Is there a race condition or / deadlock? I don't think there's a deadlock because there's no threads are waiting for this. The race condition might be that. Okay, so the threads are never going to read this data. So if they just write that data, is my rendering thread going to cry if it's not updated in the right order or something? So I have a buffer. It has some data in. It gets modified as some random thread at some random time. Yeah, okay, so the threat is... I'm doing this. Okay. Where is it? Where are we? Go to game. So the threat is... Currently this is all happening in sequence, so I haven't had this issue. But I think if I have a random... I can update this at any point, this buffer here. The threat is I'm writing it to the GPU at the same time I'm updating it on the CPU. And that's going to cause a race condition. So I can't just randomly update this at any random point in time. What I need to do then is build up a list of things that need to be updated and update it at a safe time. Otherwise, if I just update it at any random point whenever that collision detection happens, we're going to get a race condition. If I have it at a safe point where we update it all in bulk, all in one go, that's going to be faster anyway. And I don't think that, because the threads on the jolt are going to be not going to be reading this data ever, if we update it at the end, then we can guarantee that the data that's being written to on the GPU is not going to be touched as that's happening. Staging buffer, no, that's... We have a buffer that's being written to every single frame, and it's alternating per frame in flight. So that would... We have it mapped, meaning that this buffer is mapped data. So it's coherent and visible on the GPU, likely by a rebar. It doesn't really matter how it's visible, but it's visible. So we update it on the CPU side. That gets pushed to the GPU automatically. If I was to create a staging buffer and then do it and make sure that it's coherent, swap all the buffers around, that could work. I don't think that's an issue. But I don't know how slow that would be relative to just having it visible all the time versus having a CPU and GPU exclusive buffers that just transfer data between the two every single frame for every single frame in flight. I don't know. I don't know what's faster in that situation. I probably did know at some point. I probably need to make some notes, like what's the meta for that particular situation. But what I need to do basically is, at the very least, I need to have a function basically after presentation, like here, or at the beginning of the frame, that says update all the collision data, right? So, for example, remove something that's been collided with, for example, right? That's what I need to do. Feels odd to have a physics system access GPU buffers like this. It doesn't. It's not. What I'm going to do, I'm not going to do what I said earlier, Ratchet. What I'm going to do is build up an array. So I'm going to build up an array of uint32s, right? And it's going to have things to delete in it. If not empty, then we go through all these things. Go for we for through the so I'm just going to say like auto, for example, just of speed, I to delete, and inside that loop we're going to set the positional data to float FLT max. That's going to be our delete. That's our delete. That's our delete. That's our delete. Yeah. And we are also going to set a flag saying to the physics engine not to update its position back to where it was. We are also going to deactivate the body from the physics engine, assuming that's what we want to do. One dynamic array written by multiple threads, each one of those writes, potentially causing a resize. Sounds great. And has no rate condition. Okay, so I'm avoiding the race condition by doing it all at once. The only thing that's being written to arbitrarily in a thread is an array. That's going to come out with some data that may need to be deleted. The downside of this, I guess, is we could get a race condition writing to this array. So let me think about this a minute. So we could get like false positives. So I think we need to also check for each thing that we're trying to delete, if not already. So we could get that already deleted. I think that's the only thing we need to care about. Yes, you are right. I'm being very careful with this. I'm trying to avoid a lock because this would be slow. I'm kind of separating. What I'm doing is I'm separating it out into a all my data that's going to be threaded. That's going to be accessing randomly threaded and all that kind of stuff. It's just going to be in a random. It's just going to be in an array. That's the actual writing code. Then we just do everything in bulk at the end of the frame. We do a mass delete on the end of frame. So let's just say there's like 20 things get collided with one frame, right? Then at the end of the frame, we do air quoting here, a fake, not a real delete, but a fake delete on this buffer. And the fake delete of this buffer is just setting the X, Y, and Z position data to the float max in a buffer that's going to be accessed per instance. Can't avoid a lock if the array will resize. Yeah, I think you're right there. Yeah, unfortunately, if it's trying to resize, I mean, we try and push to it at the same time. Something else is trying to push to it, and it hasn't finished resizing. We write to that memory, and we get all sorts of weird issues. So effectively, we need a thread-safe allocator that locks on allocation, not on. Because that's the ground truth. We need an allocator that's thread safe and not necessarily the array itself. Because that's the actual issue, I think. Yeah, say the capacity is 8, then one thread writes to the 9th index, then resizes. Hi Detri. Sorry I haven't been around. My grandma's dementia is getting worse, and sorry for oversharing. Oh, it's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I can imagine that's very difficult. So, I wish you the best. I'm thinking about you. Obviously I can't. I hope everyone has a support structure around you and other people. And your grandma, obviously. But another thread wants to write to it, and the capacity has been updated. Yeah, I think, yeah, we might need to thread the actual array itself. Hmm. Yeah, because the capacity, yeah, despite the, if I make a thread safe allocator, um, I don't think it's going to change much. Because it's the mechanism going through that grow command that's changing things, actually. So, even if we have a thread safe allocator, and it's gonna lock the allocation per thread, it's possible that each time we push something to the yeah, okay. I think it's yeah, I've got to be careful. Yeah, despite me doing this, which is safe, safer, not safe. This I need to be careful with this fella. This fella's gonna be because we're writing to something. Yeah, I've got to make a wraith. I've got to make array thread safe, or at least make a thread safe array. You'll end up with a sparse set by the end. I want to end up with a queue. That's my real goal. First in, first out kind of thing. So, I don't really care the order of which things are added, as long as things can be added. Once they're added to the queue, I just put them on and pop them off at the end. So yeah, pop off, pop the delete queue kind of thing, right? So that means it doesn't go into that for loop again because it'll be empty, assuming that we've deleted something. Okay, yeah, so we can't. Obviously, the more granular the locking, the better. I'm gonna have to pull up my. Do you have hay fever? A little bit. It's not bad or anything, but I do get like an itchy nose and sometimes itchy eyes, which gets annoying. Not enough to take any medication though. And a runny nose. I got a runny nose sometimes. Okay, so thread safe arrays. So we might have to take a step back from engine development just to do this. Oh, you hear it? Yeah. Yeah, my nose is quite itchy right now. It's alright, like. As long as you guys aren't annoyed by my slightly more nasally voice. I've also been talking for a while, so that also changes how my voice sounds. So there's a combination of two things. Anyway, so what do I want to do here? I want to make this thread safe. So that means I need to lock the pushback, or at least the grow command. What do I need to lock? Do you need a different container for this? I just use a mutex plus standard vector. No, I would need to add standard stuff into the array class to actually guard it. I see you have a friend that keeps sneezing if he doesn't get medication. So what I'm going to do, guys, if you just bear with me just a moment, because my containers are custom, so there's no like standard vector. That's the other thing. I know he may be like, why? Just make your life easier. I'm going to go into my books. I do own this book, but I don't know how. Because I downloaded it from Audible. I don't know how is this allowed? I don't know. So let me just. I'm gonna say yes. Until I'm told otherwise. Yeah, let me just that actually makes sense what you just said there, Richard. So, yeah, this idea, right? I know, I wouldn't need to make a thread. I need to mutex it. Where's the mutexing? So that's the parameters. You can't move things around. I wanna do this as little as work as possible. Almost everyone suggests that book. I haven't actually finished it, so I can't really say much about it. It's been so the problem is like there's so many things I need to learn that like I'm not very good at this. You know, I've been studying lighting for so long, and I'm like, ugh, I need to study this, the variants. Yeah, so lock guard, mutex. Lock guard. Standard mutex. Now, if I just have this running, I think that's what I want to do, right? I hope this book mentions JThread and stop token. It mentions JThread, but it's this is C++ 17. This book, so it's like it didn't make it into the new standard, but JThread still exists. You can easily implement it yourself, and it gives you like an implementation of how to actually write it. So it does tell you, but it's like it's a bit later on. Right, so lock guard. I don't think we need the other guard type, which is the scoped guard. Let me just use the most basic type, right? So listing 30, listing 3.1. There is a global variable, and it's okay. So blah blah blah. Standard mutex. I think I want scope guard actually. So okay, so C+ has a new feature. Yeah, see 17. There you go. C+ 17 has a new feature called class templates deduction. Okay. Yes, we could use lock guard with that. Okay, yes, whatever. On C++ 17 and C++ 7, introduce a new enhanced version called scope guard in C++. This may be written as this. Okay, so for clarity, with all the okay, so right. Okay, so let's throw in a. The thing is, are these standard threads? These are for standard threads. I actually don't know. Standard mutex, some mutex. Alright, so let's this needs to be okay, so we need to throw in our threading code. Sorry, we need a standard thread. I wish I started my journey 20 years ago. Missed 13 years. I know what you mean. I feel like I should have taken coding more seriously back in the day. Alright, so we need to throw this in here, standard thread. Whoop. Okay, so I want to do scope guard against a pushback. So if rock, then okay, so we can't do this. That just ends up with the deadlock. I don't think it ever resolves. I think that's the issue. But hang on, before we continue, I need to actually create this this guy. You can use your mutex without a thread. You can use a mutex without a thread at all, technically. Interesting. Yeah, you're gonna have to bear with me with my my lack of threading knowledge. The problem is I don't know how to prioritize my study sometimes. It's like, what's the most important thing that I should learn? Should I take like 3 months, like a month off streaming to get good at threading? Or better? Not saying necessarily good, but like know the basics. Should I study this on stream? Is this what the game needs? It's very tricky to balance this. I think everyone has this problem. But it's a toughie. So in the do we have a default constructor here? Let's see. You don't do anything weird, do you? No. Okay. So I'm gonna say on default destruction we initialize this fella. Yeah, study on stream. On a stream. Yeah, maybe. I just need to think about it and like how to actually advance. Because like I said, the most important thing for me is the becoming a better programmer. And I just need to prioritize. And part of that is prioritizing the right thing. For the sake of the game and not necessarily for the so yes, I could just like spend a load of time learning how to operating systems work and be a better programmer by the end of that, but I need to also couch becoming a better programmer in the frame of making this game. You know what I mean? So application, I think, / memory service. It's not an application. Where is it? Is it foundation? I get bored when there's no any stream. Appreciate that. Yeah. Memory service. Where have I put you? Oh, it's just memory. It's in foundation. Yes. Whoa. Don't do that. Foundation. Alright. So this is memory service. Memory service. Instance. Now, we're going to use this, I think, more than just this. So we're going to use the system allocator. And this is going to be 4. Obviously, it needs to be bigger than that, but I kind of want to test the threading. The profiler doesn't work in Fedora. Oh, that sucks. I found a patch on GitHub and compiled performance manually on Fedora with GCC. The new GCC died due to new version of GCC. That sucks. I worked on an old system that was able to use the binary. Finally, my working profiler. I will send you a screenshot on Discord. Yeah, cool. This is basically my lo-fi beats to write code to stream. Yeah, I do the same. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. I'm glad. Performance not perf. I understood. I understood what you meant when you said performance. Yeah, some people call it perf sometimes. That's cool. I'm glad you guys. I have a feeling that my it's completely valid. By the way, this isn't like a complaint or anything. My stream is second monitor content. I feel like it's like a radio show. So I'm like super fine with it being like on in the background while you guys crush it at work or crush it at with your own projects and stuff like that. So it's all very cool for me. Because I honestly do the same with like Tokyo Spliff and things like that. Or a speedrunner. Sometimes I put a speedrunner on in the background. I think yesterday I had 3 streams on after I stream my stuff. So let's see. Delete queue. So I think at the very least I'm going to make sure this shuts down properly. Oh, Perf is a Linux program. Ah. Your stream is perfect. I appreciate that. It could. I think I could make it better. So I don't mind any suggestions about that kind of stuff. I'll keep trying to make it cool for you guys. Yeah, one thing I can try to do is not lose the chat like I did yesterday. And everyone's just talking to me and no one's and I'm not replying. Yeah, because I think Mika had a stream yesterday. Okay, so argument list, who's sometimes in chat, and I put him on in the background while I coded. Argument list missing after soon function. Okay, I think I just need to include function my array stuff in here. Okay, so foundation/array HBP. I thought you disabled chat because no, because you got annoyed. No, Yeah, it's good. No, my no one annoyed me. I refreshed my what is it called? I refreshed the chat, and it went to top chat mode instead of live chat mode on YouTube, and I couldn't see what anyone was saying for some reason. I don't know why that is even a feature. So yeah, people were talking to me, and I was just yapping, thinking that no one was talking back, and I was fine with that, but realised that I had made a mistake there. I love this song so much. Whoa, okay. Interesting. Why have we left the player behind? Where is the player? Detached. Okay. At least we can clarify these are working. Oh, hang on. Okay, that's... So we're not updating the player, but we are colliding with things as usual. Interesting. Let's see. Let me just check nothing weird's happening with the allocation. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? I need to... The whole point of that was to... For some reason we're not updating the player, which I'll fix in a second. Yeah, okay, so... It's in a destructor, unfortunately. I am going to have to write my own function, I think. So we're missing this. This is not getting deleted. So I'm going to just make this virtual again, default again. You know, back in the day when Visual Studio 13, if you did what I'm about to do here, where you reassign this to default, it never went back to default. Oh, so annoying. So, yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is throw this in the collision. Yeah, I'm so glad we did. I'm not on Visual Studio 2013. It's so weird. You have to do some weird shenanigans to get that to work again. It doesn't respect you restoring things back to default. Very annoying. Okay, so my let's say contact listener dot this. Okay, so dot shutdown. Yeah, Mika's got a 16.6% progress. It's considering the game's state already, it's fantastic. I wonder what 100% is going to look like. I mean, my game's like 99.99999%. I just need more ducks in the scene and I'm done. Okay, so let's close the scene. Yes, okay, that's fine. Bit clumsy, but it's at least shutting down properly. Okay, finally. Okay, so now we can... Hello, mate. I just got a new haircut and now I'm mogging. Hell yeah, brother. Spider-Man lifts is mogging. He takes off the mask and he mogs with his new haircut. How do I measure progress? How does he measure? He just puts it in his yeah, truth nuke indeed. Place the asteroids with ducks and then we're done, yeah. 10 out of 10 game, put it on Steam, gazillion dollars ahead of me. John Carmack will say, I wish I was the pro. I wish I was as good as that guy. You know. And then I wake up. And then I wake up from my dream. And realise I've got loads to do. Yes. Oops. Okay. Yes, I had gotten a new haircut in a year because I was coding and forgot how good my hair looks. Hell yeah, brother! I love that. I think I had 6 months between a haircut, which same deal. I was just too locked in, really. Anyway, right. So we need to go back to the contact listener. Right. Okay, so now we need to be careful about pushing back, and it's the whole point of doing this mutex stuff. Let me bring up the book again. So we lock a mutex, do the work, and unlock it. I'm a bit confused how you unlock something. I'm just missing some obvious information here. Standard lock. Instance of standard mutex is calls the lock, and you just unlock it with unlock. So if I just put a lock guard in with some mutex, it just kind of does it at the end of the scope. So you don't. It's not recommended you do that because you have to remember. Then you use lock guard instead. Okay, so that's what it's doing. Fantastic. So mutex lock unlock is 2 function calls, but we could just do a template instead. So let's see how true that is. So if I need a standard mutex, standard mutex. Look at me write multi-threaded code. I don't know what to call this. I call it mutex because I'm lazy. And lock. Yeah, okay, so that's correct. So if I have standard lock, come on, lock guard, and this is going to be a standard mutex. And now we're going to what? I feel like this is not going to be useful. This is going to help me with... This is going to do it at the destruction. No, I'm literally going to be late. I'm just going to do it the simplest way. The reason is, I know exactly when I need to unlock this, so... I need to lock this immediately after. Unlock. Yeah, so this is going to slow down obviously a bit, but I can't... I feel like locking every time we push back isn't ideal. I really want to write a new I'm back. Are you mastering multi-threading code? The structure of lock guard or scope guard. Yes, I just realised. Yes, I'm barely understanding it. That's I understand the basics. This is okay. There's nothing wrong with this code. But I just wish it was like because sorry, I keep huffing. It's I just want to see if no. I think we still need to worry about this, right? So okay, let me yap about this for a minute. Okay, so a thread. Let's just say 2 threads are gonna try and push back at basically the same time, and 1 thread is in here. And even let's just just assume that we're not doing this at all. We've got like a giant buffer that's infinite, and we can just push into whatever we need. I still think this is dangerous because we're still writing to data. We could get threads, even without this, writing to the same position at the same time. So actually we do need to lock exactly every single insert. Okay, I think I'm happy with that, because we're still writing to data. We still get like element 15 coming in, because we haven't finished this operation, this whatever the assembly boils down to, and we haven't incremented by 1 yet. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. As far as I can tell, that's cool. And despite the book saying don't use unlock and lock, I don't care. Okay, cool. Let's see. This is very bad code for multi-threading on screen. Can't you see? What do you mean? You can't see on the screen? Atomic adds are free on exit. If you didn't have to resize, then you'd use an atomic add. I see. You can avoid writing the same cache lane from different threads using intercall traffic. Cache lane is 64 bits or something like that. You can avoid writing. Okay, let's just see if this works, right? I just want to see if this works first. And we could do that atomic add thing, right? No, maybe. Hi, just watching. How you doing, dude? Good to see you, my man. Okay, I'm just gonna go back to what I said. I need to check if this works. This is not going to be ran every single frame anyway, so woo. Okay, yeah, so we're not updating the player for some reason. Let's not worry about that for now. Okay, cool. Okay, there's no visible slowdown, and we are slowly. So that's us growing the buffer. We're not popping anything off it yet, so it's just growing infinitely. Let's do a really. If threads need to be synchronized. Cache lane for writing, this creates traffic between cores, and your core is slower than a single thread. Okay. Also make the mutex a class member. Sure. Will do. Okay, so there's some people are noticing that I'm making, like, I don't know, not multi-threading mistakes necessarily, but just I could be doing this better. I think that's what people are noticing. Yeah, I guess the construction of a mutex might be really expensive. Okay. Oh, hang on. Let me. Of course, we need to put thread in. Simple mistake. The chat is full of intelligent people, yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, I'm gonna see. Oh, what? Mutex is not. Yes, it is. You're in thread, mate. It's literally right there. You got thread. Have I... What is happening? Right, I'm gonna... What? I'm gonna build again. I don't trust that error. What? You worked before. Thread. You exist. Alright, I'm gonna look at... Is standard mutex and something else? Hang on. I think I remember now, yeah. Is this its own thing? Right, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, let's try again. Why did that work before? What the heck? Okay, there we go. It was in, yeah, standard mutex. It's not constructed, multiple threads need to share the mutex. Ah, okay, of course. The classic solution is to use many pieces instead of... the classic solution is to use many pieces instead of padding the cache lane. I don't know what that would mean. What do you mean from padding the cache lane? A table. So that it's not constructed. Yeah, okay, yeah. You're right, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, sorry I'm a bit confuffled right now. When it comes to what we're trying to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just check I'm going to do a very crude runtime check on the frames per second. Hopefully that's okay. Now obviously this is not ideal because we need something like Tracy. But I'm just going to make sure this isn't like going like 10 frames per second basically, okay? So I'm just going to let that run when we're doing colliding. Okay, so I'm going to do this and then just see how okay, so it's right, okay. And that went up to 248. Cool. Okay, as far as I know, that is not. I see maybe there's a slowdown, but that might be due to the allocation of memory more than the lock itself. I don't know. I think we've got a safe, maybe not ideal, but a safe pushback. You need to ensure that the okay. Let's read this. You need to ensure that the write code does not fall off address space memory. Read from another core. Addresses are exchanged between cache pages. A cache page has the size of a cache lane. I wonder why do a cache page do far off asteroids even need to collide? Need collision? Currently it's all static. The world is static, meaning that I add all the collision geometry all at once. There isn't that much. I would need to, with Jolt anyway, you need to kind of like be careful about how you add things to the scene. You can't just add things. You had to add things in bulk to be performant. So I would need to like I would need to do collision detection. If I wanted to do that, I would need to like remove stuff from the scene in bulk and add stuff in the scene in bulk, which is probably doable. But right now we don't really have a scene in. We don't have a game that does that. We just have everything just kind of lying around. Why do people act online like locking a loot checks takes 20 seconds? No, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't like making things slow. That's all. I just need to confirm that. Anyway, right. I feel like I've been reading, not reading chat like too much, but I want to at least start implementing my idea. To see if my even idea of doing this in the first place is even going to work. So let's grab that out. So we're gonna get the fit right again. Excuse the scuffness. I'm gonna have to write this in a very verbose way, and I'll clean it up afterwards. But I want to write, so there's gonna be lots of dots into things, if that makes sense. So if we have a so get our physics engine. Instance. So you're probably gonna. Oh my goodness! Please stop doing that. Visual Studios. There we go. Finally. Okay. Then we want to get my contact thingy. Contact listener. Then to delete queue. That size is greater than 0. So if it's greater than 0, then we want to loop through all the things. And because we can't do an enhanced for loop, I'm just going to have to write it the old way. This Yeah, so please excuse my code. This is just a test of the idea, honestly. I think I'll write this into a function effectively and just kind of pull this out of here. Then we want to take the... Where should I do this actually? The beginning of the beginning of the frame or the end of the frame? I am not going to do this here. This is going to be dangerous, I think. We're going to get here faster than the GPU is going to be done. So I'm going to do this. So I don't want the GPU doing stuff while I'm editing the buffer. That's going to cause some issues, I think. So where's the update physics thing? So we update the camera. Okay. So this is pre-draw. Yeah. So bear with me, guys. I'm just gonna like lock in on the code for a sec, just because I need to make sense of this in my head, and then I'm totally fine with being criticized, because I need to make sure my ID is good. So if sorry, it's my notes here. So if we got to make sure that, then we go into entity. So entity ref entity equals scene dot entities. We need the data out of here, so we actually need to get into this array. So based on this, in fact, we don't want to do this. We want to do a pop. This is how we're going to go through our loop. Actually going to decrease the size rather than increase this incrementer. So we're going to take this and we're going to get in it by an I. We're going to get out whatever the data was. So this is the entity index. Index. We're going to get in here, index, and then we're going to say, okay, I'm not sure if the if delete is important yet, so I'm going to leave that for a minute. We're going to go, okay, scene data. Oh, yes, okay, so I do need this. In fact, I'm just going to do it like this. Is deleted equal true. I'm not going to make this assignment. And entity data index is the same deal. I'm going to set the position to a GLM's mat4 identity. Right, and then all we're going to do is just set some values here to float max. So this is my idea. Feel free to, yeah, I'll read all your chats in a minute. Hopefully you don't feel ignored. I just really need to lock in for a minute. That's XYZ. Is deleted is true. Right. As far as I can, and then we pop the buffer. So we then take contact listener, sorry, this thing, and we should be able to modify it. So we pop something out. So that's going to reduce the size of size, and we're just going to keep going until we have nothing left. And detach from the physics engine. I will hold off on that one. That'll be a to-do for a minute. So I'm just going to throw this inside my ifs. No, put it above for a minute, and delete this. And that's my idea. Came to say hi. Hi, hello. I was just locked in for a minute. Right. Okay. How is my English? You make some mistakes, but you're totally understandable. Hopefully that's okay. Like, Yeah. Okay. So let me. Okay. So what were people saying? For my. Okay. So. Should we just truth nuke Detri? So mutexes get too much hate. I think people just try to use them for scenarios with too much contention, and then get frustrated. It's slower than synchronous. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah. I still insist that there can't be too many blockers. There are incorrect models of utilization in parallel resources. Yes, mostly grammar. It's pretty much exclusively grammar. Honestly, you don't make any spelling mistakes as far as I can tell. All your words is correct, Kalia. The only way I would say that to get better at that with reading, again, this is someone who failed to learn a language, so take my advice with a pinch of salt. If you just read fiction, you'll get very good at like writing out and getting the grammar correct, because that's going to be tough to do. Okay, so let's build this and have a run. Hey, there you go. Your grammar's amazing. So I'm going to skip this song as well because this goes on for 20 minutes. We can probably skip that. All right. Let's see how we do. So I pray to all the... Okay, I'm going to put a breakpoint here and just see if this ever gets triggered. Okay, interesting. What? We have something already? Yeah, I had a feeling that we didn't add anything to this. What's this? Oh, okay. What? What is happening? Why do we index? Okay, this is wrong. Why is that getting triggered instantly? An example I provided, it would be slower than just doing a lock. I'm going to get my lovely books. Go for it, dude. Again, it's telling people to do this or that. I think it's just I was really into immersion learning when it came to language learning, so I was like really hot on the theory of like how to learn languages for a while, and it's yeah, if you read English fiction, then your grammar will take care of itself eventually. It'll take a bit of time, but it'll do it. And the more you read, the faster that'll happen. But again, it's completely fine how it is. You don't have to do anything. I'm not telling you to do anything. Hopefully that's not coming off as a read books, and you'll be you're fine. Okay. Okay. What am I doing? I'm going to my contact list and I'm seeing what is happening immediately. So I have a feeling that this is getting triggered instantly. Okay, so what is colliding here? Oh, I would need to hang on. It's a dynamic type, which is okay. Yes, whatever. Reinterpret casts to player and crash noise apparently. What are you? Okay, you don't collide at all. So that means nothing should have been pushed back. Okay, so I'm going to go this again. What? What is the size here? Hang on. I need to see this. If this is going to happen every single frame at the beginning of the frame, we need to know what's going on. So what's happening here, guys, is for some reason at the beginning of the frame we're getting some collisions. Make sure that's not the same word twice. Size. I did 4 years of immersion learning. Wow, we're German. Then I had to do structured learning in college because my dumbass decided to do it as a minor. I see. I didn't graduate because I Couldn't read a good chunk of chairman, but hey. Oh, okay, so immersion learning. At least you're familiar with the idea. It's the whole kettle of fish that wretched. I used to be a Stephen Krashen fan and all that kind of stuff. Ah, right, I'm an idiot. I'm a total idiot. I just realized. That's my mistake. Okay. That's my mistake. I made a silly mistake there. Apologies. I'm setting the size to 4. Okay, so it's still size of 0. Yes, good. So that means we don't go in here. Thank you. Okay, cool. Yay. Okay, let's just see how... Oh, I want to put a breakpoint in here, though. It's crashing to this. Ah. Okay, cool. Okay, that was correct. That happened exactly how I want it to. Then, let's see, does this just blow up on me? Hopefully, pop back. Do we escape the loop? We do. Okay, we got another thing. 2 delete Q. What is the size there? 1. Sure. Okay. What is the index? Okay, so we've got a silly index, so it's going to break. Oh. Really? Oh, I see. Okay, no. Do we ever escape this for loop? Okay, so it looks like... that. What does pop do? I feel like we're just stuck in here now doing this forever. Size is 1. Right, I'm going to see what happens at runtime. This might crash and go crazy, okay? Okay. That thing's gone. Okay, so hopefully... does this disappear? Yay! You see that, guys? We did it. Yay! W. Okay, I gotta fix the player movement now. Obviously, there's like 20,000 things that I probably could fix that make this better. I just hope that this pop is actually reducing the size. And okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete a rock and then see if it's re-triggered again. So my idea worked. Thank you guys for the help with the threading code, by the way. Okay, good. Okay, so it's just threading. Threading is happening multiple times. Okay, fair enough. So we're getting multiple threads re-triggering the same collision. I think that's what's happening there, which is fine for a couple of threads to do that, because it's just going to be moving the same thing to the same place a couple of times, which may be inefficient, but yeah. Fantastic. Okay, cool. Okay, now it's fixed player movement, which I don't understand why that's turned off. Why aren't we updating the player? So that's what I wanted to achieve this stream, actually. That's all I needed to achieve. Okay, so the next thing I want to... no, player movement first. Concentrate on the same thing. So there's something else I want to do. It's the remove thing from... remove object from the scene. Sorry, from the physics engine. Okay, so perhaps the method I proposed isn't clear. Like for the pessimistic case, instead of blocking the shared resource, you could check the availability of a neighboring resource. Yeah, hell yeah. Thanks, Detri. I look like an idiot with my das, but my pronunciation of vocab are above where they should be. Oh, well, that's something. Yeah, I could go on like I used to anyway. I was pretty notorious for going on like immersion learning rants about how good it is. I won't suffer you guys with that. I was pretty hardcore. I was like, at one point I was like learning Japanese for like 12 hours a day. It's a different time, different escape point. So where are we actually updating the player? I don't know why it's like not. Okay, so the player gets updated. Okay, so that's me. I don't need this anymore. Sounds awful. If you have more contention on a shared resource. I don't know. I actually literally don't know. My threading bit. I've literally read a couple of chapters of the threading book. Are you talking about striped locking, Dimitri? Yeah, I don't have that much contention, especially because I move the geometry away from the player once you collide with it. I guess. I think. Right, so this is updating its thing. When's the, I feel like I've made a stupid mistake and I can't quite figure out exactly what I've done. Right, so what I'm trying to do here is just... Huh. I've never heard of stripe locking. Interesting. Best strategy because I never lied to you, lol. Alright, so... What am I trying to do next? Where's the player? Why is the player not being updated? Is it this? Is deleted? No, that would just mean that like the object never goes away. Oh, I'm hot. Does this ever get triggered? Because that should be updating the position. No, okay, so that's not getting triggered for some reason. Why is the entity never the player? Is that because... Let me check something. When we create the player entity, it might... Ah, okay, so the player entity I don't think is handled properly in my scene creation code. Right, that would make sense. Okay, so... When I actually do this... what's player? Yeah, I haven't set this, because this was set up ages ago. Duplicates, and then say... is deleted is equal to false. So hopefully that fixes it. Despite the fact that the other's off. Wait, what? Ugh. Okay, now it works? Weird. Okay, cool. Right, that means everything needs to be set like that then. I was relying on a default construction, but I guess this doesn't... you know what I should just do? I should do it here. Get rid of this. I think when we create an entity, we could safely say it's not deleted. That would make 0 sense otherwise. Okay, I think the others just happen to be correct. Okay. Okay, so let's do this again. We collide into a rock. Go away. Go away. Boom. Alright, cool. You know, that would be standing for exploding. Now, that wasn't actually what I wanted to do, but that's the only way I needed to. That's the only way to test it. Oh, that was the next thing I wanted to do. Is okay, so now I've fixed my code for the player. Next is remove an entity. So this might cause a deadlock or something weird because I'm going to talk to the physics engine. So based on the player ID, I need to be able to disable it. So like I said, I might put this into a function so it's not just like hanging around here. Sorry, body interface. We have deactivate body singular, and what I'm going to do is just pass in the entity like this and take the body ID, and we're going to try and deactivate the body so it's not part of the physics engine. Ducks taste better than rocks, indeed they do. Duck is stronger than rocks, I love that, yeah. Yeah. Let's crash into a rock and see how this works. So, okay. So, as far as I can tell, that is good. Again, I'm just going to check the frame rates. Again, really lazily. Void. Okay, so lazy mode. Yeah. Okay. So there's no real difference here. What I was worried about is like, you know, when I do this, it just like tanks the frame rate for some reason or something. Like it goes to like 30 for a minute because it's talking to the physics engine. And are we deleting our resources? Yes. Okay, cool. Is that some depth of field in... Is that broken? Or are my eyes playing tricks on me? No, there's no depth of field. So... I don't know what is broken if you saw it. If I... oh, you actually haven't seen this, actually. We got the lighting looking better. So we have a, you know, yeah, we have things lit up. We have a what is it called? A spotlight in front of the player. I don't think it's actually in front of the player. I think I need to move it. But we have a spotlight and we have directional lights added together in the fragment shader. So as you get closer to a rock, despite it being really dark in the background, it gets lit up so you can like make evasive action if you don't want to crash into a rock. I really don't have a depth of field pass or anything like that. A full screen pass to do depth of field. But anyway, there you go. Detri. Oh, broken. Bokeh is a term for blur caused by camera aperture. No, none of that. There is none. No. There's none of that. Thank you, TT. Thank you for teaching me, as usual. Yeah, so let's crash into this, I guess. But yeah, you can see like as things get brighter as they get closer. So that was a big important thing for me because I couldn't actually deal with the fact that it was sometimes too dark. Vulkan. When duck with a global illumination? Well, we have to do a lot more. Yes. Is it? That's not spelled right if it's Japanese. B-O-K. Except for N. Barken. You would need a consonant. You need a vowel after H. Anyway, it might be. Unless it's Barken with an N. Like Bokeh. Yeah, sorry, I'm saying that Barken. Right, it's wrong. Let's see that again. Let's try and read this properly. I don't know how to say that. Bokeh. Bokeh. Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna skip it. Okay, cool. We've done that. This is the idea. Let's refactor this a little bit. So, ideally, I would like to have this. Yeah, I don't care how it's spelled. Sorry, I don't care how it's pronounced, Stephen. I'm just gonna skip. Skip. Press the skip button. Okay. I really... Hang on. Okay, so if you... Let's go to the Gshore. Let's go gshore.com. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Kumori. Ninjomi. Bokasu. Ah, okay, so that's probably what you mean, right? Bokate, maybe, to like Tubla or something. Is that what you mean, Boka? Bokasu? Because in... Oh, it's spelled... Oh, okay, that makes sense. Bokeh. Okay. Yeah. Bokeh. It's just this bokeh. Hang on. Do. You said it's bokeh? Hang on. This is like super I'm just getting that, which is not what this is. Bot. No. Is that EG Moto no Shunshin desu ka? I'm not entirely sure what Ejo Y Pito is mean. What that means. It's a short and low, but okay, got you. I will. Right, bike shed moment over. We've bike shedded a lot there. Anyways, it is hot though, so we're allowed to bike shed. It is very, very hot. So what I want to do here is kind of like wrap this into a function rather than just like having it randomly in the Oh, right. Egyptian. Yeah. Yeah, that's I was listening to that earlier. I can't play it unfortunately because I think it's copyrighted. Despite it being some awesome video game music. I was vibing to it before the stream. It's peak park shedding. We aren't even bike shedding anymore. Oh, Egypt or okay, yeah. Yeah, so you live in Egypt. Got you. Anyway, anyway, yeah. So we're, like Ratchet said, we've gone completely off the deep end. We're in the middle of we're in a parallel dimension because we've gone so far off the deep end. Anyway. What am I doing here? Yeah, so I want to put this in a function, but I don't think it really matters. I don't know where to put it though. It's just like delete the delete code. Right, so I'm going to throw this into a function, I guess. Oh, I already have a delete entity, I guess. And that's my Windows noise, not you. Apologies. So yeah. Try to click to a function that doesn't exist. No, I'm not Egyptian. I don't think that's how you spell Egyptian Japanese. I'm so confused with this. Anyway, yes, I had a feeling. I was like, wait, I thought you were Saudi Arabian. I had a feeling. Anyway, like Ratchet said, that we need to let's try and get back on course. We need to be like a meme where that car like drifts off to the side. All right. At least we can have some encapsulation here. Even if we don't pull this off into its own thing, I think it's appropriate to put it in its own function. And where were we? Just to keep this loop a little less messy. So we can just say delete entity. All right, cool. I only work in Saudi Arabia, but I'm an Egyptian, a true pharaoh. Oh, wow. Chaos Division is my first exposure. Oh, yeah. Yes, I love those songs, yeah. I know what you're talking about. The Adetru. Classic. Now, someone posted a meme in like Discord, and I was like, oh, wow, I've got to listen to all this again. All the old music from the Newground days. Anyways, okay, so we got that done. We've got deleting things done. That was mostly a toy, deleting things, I guess. I don't really know what we're going to do yet. Oof, no, thank you. 44 degrees Celsius. Right, what do I want to do? Okay, so I'm not quite sure yet. I'm gonna head to the loo real quick. And I'm going to think about what I'm going to do next, because that went very well. We have gone very well in coding, meaning that everything that I wanted to achieve today is done. I thought this would be a part 2, part 3, part 4, but we've already kind of finished. Considering we're not actually deleting anything. I'll minimize this for a sec. So I'm going to consult my notes, I think, and kind of figure out what we need to do here. So, because there now can be a win-loss condition, because we can pull stuff out, we can delete stuff. I think we need particles at some point, and I just need to like do some revision on particles and how they work. Because there's the meta with particles keeps changing. It's like if you want to render particles now, you do them in Compute Shader, I think. Because that's faster than doing it on the CPU. So there's a bunch of stuff like that. Fixed player movements, but that might be less important. And the second thing is obviously a 2D renderer. The min temperature is 32. Oh my goodness, that's horrendous. I will never go to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, so that's what we're going to be working on. Right, next. Yeah, so I don't know what the meta is with particles, honestly. I have literally... The last time I did particles with it was like... Oh, when was it? It would probably be 2015. Anyway. And that was with SDL 1.2. So I'll just head to the loo real quick. Alright. Yo, back. I'm back. close this. All right, let's think about this. So I could just dive into a 2D renderer. I think what we should do as well, I think we're in a state where we should push this code. It's not the best, but I think this needs to be tested on Linux. I've got this code roughly working in most cases. And I haven't pushed to Linux in a long time. So yeah, this needs to be tested on Linux and merged into master, I think, at some point. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do next. Push to master. Right, so let's go to... Ooh, it's already here, actually. Yes. Commit. So we can now delete entities by just moving them out of the way. Out of the way. We are doing threading. No, sorry. We are now handling threading. I just thought of something that I could do that's like better. That might help with the skipping the mutex lock a bit. So we've gone to contact listener. Oh, we don't need this. What I could also do is just do an if statement. Sorry, if because I have the entity here, right? It's not been removed. So based on that, I could check is deleted. So you got a false. So if it's actually been deleted, then we need to add it to the list, and I think that'll stop multiple threads accessing this, assuming that the data has been updated. If it hasn't, it's fine. They can add this to the queue, whatever, because we've handled that. So let's just make sure that works. So I'm just going to collide into something. Because this, it just gets triggered multiple times. Alright. Boop. And yeah, I'm just going to keep going just for a bit. Alright, cool. I can't hear the stream though. I have a call. I see. I see. No, I don't think he didn't quite hear us. State of the art, Winnie the Pooh better. Yeah. Anyway, okay, that's good enough. That's good enough to push. When it comes to the physics engine. Alright. Push. Yes, we actually deleted more code because we're not doing a bunch of silly we're doing tombstoning now, so we can actually just reuse values if we want to actually if we want to repurpose them. That's totally legit. We might have to add, I think adding things back into the entity is going to be harder than deleting things, but that's fine. I don't really mind. No, that's less important. Okay, so we're going to check the player movement because we did write that down earlier. That's what you saw in the notes, at least. Okay, so let's see. How is this jitteriness? I think it's improved a bit. Yeah, I don't quite know why it does that. But if I turn off the geometry, it's still just as bad. The kitchen will be too hot when... Yes, oh my goodness, you can't... You're not wrong there. Alright. Close that. Okay, did I not push? Why is the green stuff everywhere? Oh, it didn't save. Ugh. Add... added a quick if statement around the lock to avoid doing it more than necessary. Again, like I'm not too concerned with the locking. I think I've been thoroughly convinced that it's not that bad. But and one less lock is better than a necessary. Is that how you spell it? Ugh, can't see. Yep. Okay, my brain is falling out my nose, obviously. It's been cooked, it's microwaved in the heat. There we go. Right. Get that in there. Push. Right, whatever. Whatevs. You got more deleted code than added. Great. Oh, cool. So I'm gonna look at my notes again. Play movement I'm gonna leave for minutes. So there needs to be a win-lose condition. I think that's hard to do without text, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I could just reset the position. But, do I need to start adding a 2D renderer for UI and that? Alright, so I'm going to say this is hard to do. Hard to do. Why did I write that down? Someone told me this maybe. Without some 2D rendering thing. Hell, make it 3D sexy. You know, might be not a bad idea. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do next. So particles. We could try and work on particles, but what I need to do is just kind of figure out what the meta is. So what is the meta for for particles now? Oops, not practicals. How do you do them with Jolt? So I do have a book with a suggestion on how to do lots of particles. So I might look into that. Yeah, rotating 3D text, you died, game over. Obviously not nice. Yeah. And yes, I think we need... Okay, I'm going to show you a program that I wrote years ago. I wonder if it still exists. Actually, don't know where it is. It'll take me forever to find it. But effectively, let's bring up my new drawing program. to see how this goes. It's a bit slower than paint to boot, but... Hello? Is it running? Whoops. Okay, there we go. Finally. Okay. Can you just behave? Alright, so. Get out of the way. Oh my goodness. Alright, so. Yeah, I want white. Go like this. So, effectively, all I want is this. Paintbrush. Increase this. The game. Alright, and then start. Exit. Like, I don't need the like options even. For now, you know. The slug algorithm time. Text rendering is terrible. Is a terrible rabbit hole. Especially if you want UTF nice anti-aliasing text. No, what I'm going to do is literally just have 3 textures. And just have the game written on it, start written on it, exit written on a cube, on a the reason is, yes, adding text would be helpful, but like I don't need a lot of text in this game at all. Removing the exit button. Why would you need to stop? Like, exactly, yeah. It just, all it is a loop back to start, I think. Yeah, so that's my goal anyway. So yes, to clarify, yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna have a like this. This will be a fake. This is not quite a text. This won't be in a cube, but it'll effectively render, like, this is how we want this is what the entrance screen to work, and then that just takes you to the game, like goes to the game, right? And this obviously exits the game, aka goes to the game. Oh my jeez, can't write anything. Yeah, so yeah, that exits. Let's go like that, I guess. Yeah. Make it start and play. Yeah, sure, it can be either. 2 start buttons, yeah, start and play, yeah. This is play. I see what you're saying, this is play. Yeah. Alright, so to do that, obviously I need a simple 2D renderer that just renders quads with textures. Now, this is as complicated as IMGUI needs to, like, currently is at the moment. Because at the moment we just do not have anything in the game that's it doesn't feel like a game, if that makes sense. Well, that's a lie. Okay, so and then we just need to hit detection on a rectangle, which is kind of awkward to write, I think, last time I remember doing it, like myself. Okay, so let's try and just render a quad on the screen. We've also then got to have a system that we don't play the game immediately. You would not believe how complicated IMGUI is entirely. No, we're not going to write IMGUI. We're not even going to go there with IMGUI. Yes, so point rect is wildly trivial. I just remember it being a bit like over. I can't remember. I think I wrote myself and I didn't even look it up how to do it. Yes, I think you're right. We just need to convert to the right coordinate system and then we're good. But effectively, that's it. That's my design. I'm not even going to have an options because the game is going to be so brief that options might come after this point, right? If I can do this, then options can come later, and that would go in the middle. Like that would go like obviously OP, right? That would go like here, right? Because if we pause for a minute, this for a minute, just so it doesn't clash. I think I opened this on stream once. Yeah, UI is pretty hard. Exactly. So I don't want to spend too long on it. I want it to be super basic. Yeah, so this is a game which is free online if you want to play it. But it's like a driving game. Made in 2009. Still works to this day. It's really cool. Yeah, that's what I don't want to do. I remember. I know exactly the talk you're talking about. Jeez, that's loud. Let me turn that down for me. Yes. Like, that's it. That's all I need. Like, and then you just play. Like, I don't need any of this bit in the middle. Like, then the game starts. I don't even need the tutorial. All quick game. That's it. That's all I want. So, let's see how I'm procrastinating a little bit, admittedly. Like, where are we up to with the debug render? With the 2D renderer. So we have a shader. We have. Oh, excuse me. We have the model position. Why is that here? I'm gonna look at my older engine, aka the. This is a clone of. What is it called? What is it called? I can't remember. Hazel, the Hazel game engine. So, yes, you'll be very familiar with this if you've ever seen it. If you ever used the Hazel engine from Chrono. The Cherno, sorry, my apologies. So what I'm interested in is just rendering a rectangle on the screen. Physically based render UI, yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're gonna have that fragment shader. It's got to be 100% PBR. So yeah, just bear with me while I kind of get my bearings a little bit and just figure out what I want to do. Yeah, it's sad. I never completed his series on his channel. I think he just I can't remember why he gave up. Someone was saying in chat like a couple of months ago, or a month ago. I can't remember how long ago it was. So I need a textured quad. That's all I need. And that quad needs to be able to be resized to any size, which I think is fine. I can even hard code the values in. Anyway, excuse me. Yeah, the tiredness is setting in. So I got as far as the ECS in his series. I stopped right as the ECS started. The entity component system. Okay, so what do I need to figure out is what was I doing here? The reason I just want to make sure that yeah, this is pretty weird. There's something good in here though. That's orthographical camera. So I just want to remember the basics of like how to do 2D. And it's going to be useful just going over the code I've already written. Does this run? I'd be very surprised if this runs. So yeah. Oh dear. Failed. Yeah, okay. Okay, so That's effectively what I want. Just a little bit more complicated. GLB game, yeah. Draw quad. So what was I doing with this? Yeah, there is a way to do zoom level. Someone was asking me this yesterday with an orthographical projected camera. What I might want to do though is do a 3D camera, but set all the UI to one layer, like one Z value, and then I can do like a 3D effect in the background, like we saw with that driving game that I just showed. GL 1.0 is the best API ever. Indeed. I mean, excuse me. You can draw a triangle in what, 70 lines of code? No. You can draw a triangle very, very easily. Okay, so yeah, just bear with me while I just kind of figure out things again. I didn't expect to get this far this quickly when it came to deleting things in the game. So yeah, I'm very surprised we got this far this quickly. So lack of prep now. We're in the area of I haven't prepped for this because I'm just that good at programming. I just didn't realize how good I am. So he built up this. That was sarcasm for anyone who didn't realize. Yes, I really don't think I'm that good. So obviously this is OpenGL based. Zoom is changed. Oh shoot! Excuse me. Zoom is just changing the view size of the ortho. Ah, I see. Okay. Only took pre-7 parts. You can imagine if Detri and Dimitri weren't here. You would spend 10 hours debugging a threading issue. Maybe. Yeah, it's possible that I just kind of lazily just threaded something. So honestly, I'm very grateful for you guys. Honestly, I said it. Hopefully it's not coming off as like I'm just saying it just for the sake of saying it. But no, it's actually really. Ugh, you guys are making me a better. I shouldn't yawn when I say this. You guys are making me a better programmer. So I very much appreciate that. So I'm glad. I hope you guys are having fun there as well. So at the very least, we need a different. I think we shouldn't worry about this at all. I think what we should be doing is. Effectively, what I want to do is build a second graphics pipeline, a Vulkan graphics pipeline that does 2D and it renders something on top of the screen. And it has no depth, but it's rendered first. Should it be rendered last for overdraw reasons? No, it should be rendered first. So if it covers anything on the screen, we make you a better programmer and you make us more disciplined. Can you imagine? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I read that twice. Yes, get more disciplined, people. Ha ha ha. Oh my goodness. Can't you render camera? Yeah, maybe we need depth. Sorry about that, guys. I nearly dropped the microphone on the floor. Oh, we can restart the music now. Turn it up again because the music was that's my Windows noise. Apologies. Anyway, what do we need to do here? Okay, so I need to. Okay, let's just dive in. So the IAM GUI code, at least the interface, the backend, the public backend, we can be inspired by this stuff, right? So it sets up a graphics pipeline. I think it has a vertex buffer actually. That's something I've got to watch out for. So it has a texture handle, which is, we have a shader, we have add, okay, so we can at least do this very quickly. Set the blend state to these things, okay, very nice. Yep, very good, very good. Okay, so this should be too difficult. It's not bindless, we have a descriptor set. Yeah, this should be really straightforward. If I just create the right buffers and do the right things. Okay, but I'm not going to do this in its own, just in game. I think I'm going to make a 2D renderer. Let's call it that, 2D renderer. Yeah, it's going to be like Skybox. Okay, yeah, oh, congratulations, Ratchet. Depth can be useful if you... Excuse me, I keep yawning. More complicated UI. I will thank Simple JSON. Who is JSON anyway? I've never heard of him. People keep mentioning him JSON. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Simple JSON, never heard of him. Anyway. Okay, right, let's write a 2D thingamajiggy. Okay. Greek yogurt does a job, yes, puts me to sleep. Oh, makes me consistent. Either. 2D. Oh, it's already there. Hang on, what? Why is that there? And also 2D render is not render 2D. Why say 2D renderer? Can you do that? Yeah. Because it is a 2D renderer. We're not telling it to render 2D. 2D renderer. Okay. Morning, Mika. Hope you're having a great... Have you had a good night's sleep? Right. Okay, so... I've started too much at... Started too much at a hex editor, my caching system. Which is a custom binary format. Well, congratulations. Right. Oh my goodness. Oh, it is difficult to say discipline right now, I have to admit. Right. You know what I mean. I've got to make sure that I don't go bike shed central and start talking about something stupid. Right, okay, so let's 2D render at time. Let's begin this. Mm-hmm. For context. Was I scolding you? I didn't. Myself might be self-inflicted. No, you can't do that, can you? 2D. Alright, so we have the GPU device in here apparently. Okay, so looks like I did some work already on this. Oops. Okay, so we have. Okay, so we actually have done quite a bit of work on this. Right. For context, escape point TT was scolding me for using JSON files. Was I? I don't remember. I really don't remember. No, you feel free to use JSON. Okay, so we need to track instances. Oh, comma, context. This yeah, can you use smaller words and smaller sentences for me right now? Me not read good right now. Okay, so 2D shader is fine. Me not understand big word. Oh, so hot. Okay, so what have I decided to do here? We have a vertex attribute, which is... Yeah, I've already written a lot of code here, so... yeah, exactly. Why use many words when few words do trick? Exactly. Oh, Kevin, he's so good. Alright, so I make a buffer device address handle. What is that going to be used for? That's going to be used in... let's see my shaders. Vertex. Okay, so it's the vertex attribute stuff, which is fine. We have project, view, position. And the position is instant drawn. Okay, so this might be a bit too complicated to just get something on the screen. And then the instance ID is the texture itself, which is actually quite clever. Because big words make me look fancy, yes. That's it. Yeah. You and your commas. How dare you try and be fancy with your commas. That's what was tripping me up in that sentence, believe it or not. So, anyway, so we have a out color which comes out through this, which is fine. Sounds good. Okay, so if we've got... Okay, so we need a view projection, that's fine. Do we need this? We have the position data per instance. Okay, so that's what I wanted to do. I really think I should have just tried to draw a rectangle on the screen, not an instant draw rectangle with a bunch of stuff. Like with textures all of a sudden. I think I jumped the gun on this a bit in the past. I was assuming that I was just immediately going to get this right first time. I mean, I can try it, but I doubt it's going to work. So for each, we have a positional data. The problem is I've got to be careful here where I write a buffer device, the same buffer device address. I can't really use this. I think, yeah, reusing model data is not going to work. The problem is when I do a redraw, sorry, when I use this buffer again, pass me must have a 5 head because adding caching, but never added a value to the cache. Ah, I see. You can't draw a triangle. No fill. Really? Am I setting no? I don't think I am. I'll have a look in a sec. Yeah, okay, so let's just check what I'm doing here. No, it should be fine. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do here is not going to work. I'm trying to reuse this buffer. And if I have a buffer device address that's accessing a buffer, the same buffer that's for the position, then that buffer is not going to be... Are you saying something I'm not? I don't see any... I'm not setting the line up. I've just got the depth set up. That's the only custom thing in this. It should be fill. Oh, I'm asking you, can you draw line or no fill? Yes, you can, yes. in the graphics pipeline you can set up just to draw the lines. That's fine. I do that for my just so you can see it. Like all these geometries here, on the duck or whatever. That's I'm drawing the lines of the model, and you can do that in 2D. I think there's no reason why you couldn't do that. Anyway, so anyway, so I build up the vertex attribute. I make a tiny little buffer, and then I instance over that. Oh, I see. That's what I'm trying to do. There's an interesting binary format message pack. I did not figure out how much might raw binary, but I think it's possible. Yo, hell yeah. Okay, so we have a buffer creation. And we create that buffer, but I can't reuse this positional data. So what I'm going to do, how am I going to get that positional data up into the GPU if I want to use instance drawing for my 2D renderer? So there's the quad positional data. Yeah, so we can't just do what I wanted to do. So we need to keep track of this. Yes, obviously. But how do I access that buffer? Now what I could do is very simply just upload a buffer and then access it by a descriptor set. Because if I have another buffer device address for a different buffer, that's going to be instance drawn per, what is it called, per quad, right? And yeah, pretty much. What we're gonna do is, yeah, a lot of this is just figuring stuff out, which is fine. What if we create a positional buffer? It needs to be, I don't think we need to update it so it can be uploaded at initialization time. What do I need to do? How do I access this buffer? That's the question. And then index over it. Okay. Have to go. Thanks for the stream. Thanks TC for turning up and a buffer with a descriptor set. I'm sending John Coronis after you. The problem is I don't want to make too many. You make 2 buffers. Yeah, that's. I would need a buffer device address access to it if I didn't use a descriptor set. And yes, which is fine. But then my push constants is a pain in the neck because then I have to carry around another pointer to it in all the other shaders. Because I think, as far as I'm aware, that I could be wrong here, that you have 1 push constants per. Hang on, I'm going to Google this because I actually don't know. Can you have a push constants per graphics pipeline? Because that would be really nice. Because then I can say, like, use this graphics. Can you have a different because that would be Vulkan, right? Got type that in. Are you sharing a push constant for every pipeline? Currently, yes. But I want to see if you can have a singular one, right? Because I don't want to have... Because it would be really nice to have like a push constant for this graphics pipeline. Oh, you can do it? Okay. Right, so what I'm going to do is... You can have push constants inside every running pipeline. Fantastic. So that's going to make things simpler. Okay, so I can access my buffer then via a buffer device address and not have a bunch of... that makes things so much simpler. Okay. Alright, so my shader now simplifies dramatically if I can do that. I'll trust you guys. I don't know how to do it yet, what the difference will be, how you switch between them. But that means I can go like, alright. Okay, so vertex data is still useful. But I need a, not model position, but quad position. And not debug model. And yes, that's fine. We'll pad it out like we usually have to for color. Quad position data. Quad positions. And get rid of this. We don't need this at all. So what I want is this and the data. And then quad. Okay, cool. Next we need to replace this with we instance draw over that, multiply that, everything together. Cool. You can separate push constant range in the pipeline loads. Cool. I don't know how to do that, but I'm gonna look that up now. Because what I want to do is have a completely different push constant here that has not the same thing in it at all. You can push constants constantly. Yes. That's fine. I don't mind pushing it all the time. That's exactly what I want to do. Per instance when we draw. Okay, so let's... I'll still have the scene data. That's just easy to have. That just gives me the view projection matrix, which I'll try and make for the drawing a bit different. We'll see. If not, I'll do something else with this for now. Where's the scene data's? How do I access this again? Oh yeah, it's via... Oh, I've deleted the wrong thing. Whoops. Oh, that's really annoying. Okay, so what I did delete... I can just bring this back. Scene data. This can be the same buffer as well. Doesn't really matter. The more I can reuse, the better. Okay, so if this goes here. Yeah, cool. Yeah, okay, that's how we access that, which is the camera stuff. Right, cool. Yeah, Mabdo, it's completely fine to push the push constants all the time very quickly. You also can see how to build your pipe. Also, you'll have to see how you build your pipeline. Yes, currently, I'm gonna have to like change how I do my pipeline creation code, because currently it's saying do it for everything, which I don't obviously want to do. So if I go to, I have this struct left over from, what is it called? Mastering Graphics Programming with Vulkan book. It's just a leftover. See, it's like pretty much the only thing that's left over. outside of just the fundamentals of like writing Vulkan code, you have to. A lot of the code you write is very similar. So create. Here we go. Is what I'm looking for. So I need to set up a way to set the graphics. Sorry, the pipeline. I want to follow the same pattern. What do I just want to say? This is too many layers of interaction. Do it like this. Let me see. So we have here, right? So the push constant range struct, and that's linked to create pipeline layouts. Right. So my problem is yeah, this is oh, you don't need to make any changes. Are you talking to Mabdo or me? You can make 2 since you allocate the whole range. Really? My question is then, how do you access a so I want to access a new pointer at useScape point, but I don't want to. Oops. I go with the minimum fab. I've gone with the minimum size. The minimum maximum size that you can set based on Vulkan guarantees. So the Vulkan guarantees obviously some X amount of space. Yeah. So I've gone with the smallest maximum amount of size, and these are 8 bytes each. So let me think about this for a minute, because they're just a number. So let me do some maths. This is really simple maths, but 128 divided by 8. So I can have 16 buffers access this way. Now with a renderer, so I would need to have a. Let's bring this back. So with a push constants that has, I think, okay. What I might start doing actually before I do a 2U renderer is bringing everything that's duplicated into like a shared header, like this push constants thing. Oh, you don't trust it? Fair enough. Just push the data. It's a binary blob on the CPU side. Really? Okay. Yeah, okay. If it's that simple, I will do that. I'm just nervous that I'm going to push some data that's not going to work. But, you know, whatever. That'll be entirely obvious by the time we get going. Let's grab some water. So you don't trust it? I see. I think I said that already. Oh, let me check something real quick. Actually, I'll leave it. It can wait. It can wait. Oh man, the heat is tough. Sorry, I keep bringing it up. All right, so let's create a buffer for the position then. What I'm going to do is do a second function, which is going to just kind of add some dummy data. So, like add quad, right? And for now, we're just going to put a rectangle or quadrilateral. No, no, it's a rectangle. Quadrilateral is just any four-sided shape. But yes, we're going to just put a rectangle on the screen. If the implementation does not have it, then it's not conformant, which means it's broken. Yeah, pretty much. That's why I trust it. For me personally, I mean, you know, people can do what they want. Their own renderer. If you needed more space, that checking would be important. Okay, so what do we want to do here? Is we just want to add some positional data, which is going to be this guy, and I'm just literally going to add a position, and we're just going to have one instance at the moment. We're not going to do anything fancy. So this is going to be the mat4 position. Does it need that complicated for a 2D renderer? Oh, that happens to us all, Mabdo. It's happened to me right now. I didn't realize I could just push the push constants arbitrarily with any data. Because it doesn't really know what it is. Assuming that I access the right pointer. So that, yeah, there you go. I didn't know that. So what do we want to do here is we want to create a buffer based on things, which, okay, so we need the positional buffer. Okay, so positional, okay, buffer device address handle is fine. And what we're going to do is we're going to grab this, we're going to throw this in here, and what we're going to, okay, so we need GPU apparently. Fine. In fact, yes, that's fine. I would say it's a pretty safe bet that no one completely understands Vulkan. Honestly, truly. So what I'm going to do is just throw in a very simple. We're not even going to do a size operator because we're just going to do one. Actually, I'm just going to do like an x1. I know it seems silly, but that's just a reference for me in the future. So what we're going to do is go into, oops, no, that's not what I wanted at all. I just need to see the innards, the giblets. Okay, so for some reason we got a map 4 here, which I don't think we need at all for 2D. Oh, I'm not going to worry about it for now. I think we need way less memory for a quad, especially if it's not going to be. Yeah, so I'm not going to worry about it now. I think I can just handle a very basic. No. Yeah, okay, so let's do an identity and I'll change the position. Whoops. Backspace, come on. GLM. Yeah, so just bear with me while I, obviously, this is not going to be. Can you do this? No, I didn't think so. I wish. C++ can only take you so far. You have to sometimes do these things the normal way, the old way. All right. I mean, I could assign it to a variable and pass it in, but this is just faster. Position. Why are you being? Well, I'll come back to that in a minute. Alright. Is this private or something? Like, what are you complaining about? I'm just chilling here. Yeah, no problem. I haven't started Vulkan yet, so I do not get it for now. It is 800 to 1,000 lines of code to draw a single triangle. You're just chilling. Yeah, it's everyone's chilling, as far as I can tell. So Vec 3. Let's go with red. So I'm not going to have a texture yet. And we'll pass this in as a reference. The buffer creation then creates this, not the other thing. All right. The left value must be modifiable. It's not a map 4's. Oh, it's a map 4. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering what was going on. I just did not understand that. Oh, it's a 4 as well. I'm gonna just avoid the most vexing parse thing. 0.f. Okay. We created a buffer. We haven't got data on it yet, but it is 5 o'clock. I'm going to share my Discord server with you guys, as you're probably familiar what this means if you're a long-time viewer. But yes, this is my Discord server if you want to join, anyone who may be watching. But yes, I'm going to feel free to keep talking, by the way, I don't mind. But I'm gonna have to end it here, guys, on this hot day. I hope you all have a fantastic evening / afternoon / morning. Thank you for anyone who is currently subscribed or has subscribed just now, or liked the stream and also commenting on the stream. It's very nice of you guys. So yeah, thanks for all the help as well. Obviously, it's always appreciated. You guys are great. So, like I keep saying, I'm very grateful for you all. All right. Yes. Have a good rest of the day, guys, and I'll see you soon in the next one. Right. All right. Bye, guys. Bye. 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 Bye.